Good morning, we're going to turn the microphones on. We're going to begin our day, and I understand that Tame is with us on Zoom to open the meeting with the karakia. Morena, Tame.
And good morning everyone on this good start of this day. The sun is shining through my window and I hope it stays like that all day. And I'll just open with a karakia to get the meeting underway. E ka atua karo a kone mata tuku whakamoe me ki kia whare e pāmai tō aroha ki runga i a mata e hui taki nei tēnei raui mo te tāui o Kirikiri Goa. Nā ki kia te manu tāhui, nā memo te kauri hera, nā memo te hāpuri e whakaronga mai anu ki ngā kaupapa e pai ana mo tēnei rohe mo Kirikiri Goa. Nā ki te kingi e pīkau i ngā tōi kura e whakaputari te iwi, aopa te miro mā, te miro whero, te miro paro. Tēnei mātou e i roi te a koe i rui te imato mātou kai whakaro. Mā te ake, āni. Thank you everyone. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you very much. And just as a warm word of welcome to everybody who's here in the room, we're operating in a slightly different way as we move into managing COVID. So our councillors are around the room, not all of them with the same access to camera, but I can assure you everyone's here. And then there are the ones that are unable to make it into the building today because of COVID restrictions, Councillor O'Leary, Councillor Kesh, Naidu Rove, and that's it. But they are there with their beautiful faces attending the meeting.
Just a question on that. I thought we could only fit 8 members into the chamber.
No, that changed, and we sent a memo around that. We made some adjustments. There is hardly any staff in here. The staff are adjacent or in other areas of the building and ready to be called up when they need to present. I feel that we're getting into the point where really big discussions, it's helpful for everybody who wants to be in the room together to be in the room together as far as we can.
Yeah, I would have had I realised we could all fit. Was my understanding we were still on the 8 or 9 could only fit in, so.
I think Becca did send a memo, you just may have overlooked it, but it all sort of happened this week. So no worries anyway, we just sing out if I have missed you in any way during the day's proceedings, you know what it's like, half and half. Thanks. Okay, so this is going to be an interesting day, and before we just get into the meeting proper, I just want to, just getting into my thing, I just want to say we're going to do the public forum, we're going to do the water interests and then other things afterwards, largely the new agenda has been circulated, run sheet has been circulated. Just urge everyone, this is such an issue that hits at the heart of many people, including us all around the table who have a range of strong feelings, neutral feelings, others, ideas around this issue. I urge us to do what we have been able to do really well in this term of politics, which is to play the issue, to keep your questions and comments polite and concise so we can get through the business. And I do intend to let everyone have a fair debate on this important topic so that their views are well known to the public. I won't have too much tolerance, however, for any reference to other councillors in your debate. Stick to your issues, your views, and let's be collegial and professional about this debate today, as we always are, but I know this one's a heartfelt issue. So,
Paula, in terms of confirming the agenda, I would just like to give notice that I have got a motion for item 14, which has been seconded, which I will want to introduce when we get to item 14.
Yeah, I have received that already, thank you, and you were the first motion that came in. So yours you're signalling that you have a motion. It will probably be an amendment at that stage.
On that point, there seems to be, obviously our motion was circulated to governance yesterday, and when it was duly seconded at the time. Staff confirmed late yesterday that in fact pre-circulating the motion doesn't lock that motion in as being first or second. That can only be done at the meeting on the item.
And
So,
you both were told that, and Rob has done it. And,
but on the item. So we haven't got to that item yet.
well, okay. But I'm not going to play a game around it because both ones will be equally tested, Ewan, and we're not going to have a race to press the button when we get to the item, are we? So let's just move forward and go through the debate.
I do raise, Your Worship, just the issue of natural justice and the fact that having now made the decision to prioritise one motion in that way, you do provide an advantage because of the right of reply. And I wonder if it's not something that should in the future be better managed with a variation to our standing orders. Obviously, I'm not going to debate it here, but I just signal that...
Well, let's get through the meeting to the item and discuss it there. You know, there has to be some common sense applied to this, and we've got two people proposing motions. There may be some other ways to work through that so that everyone gets a fair say, Ewan. But at the moment, on face value, before you did this morning, Rob raised it with me that he has a mover and seconder for the motion that he circulated last Sunday. That's all I know. So let's take that offline for now and get on with the business, if we could, please. Okay, so confirmation, confirm the agenda. Apologies, there are none. No apologies, so we'll move on from that. Confirmation of the agenda. The agenda is as recently circulated, just a few adjustments to put rats and mice issues later down in the agenda. I'll also move the agenda. Thank you, Councillor Bunting.
No, I just had a question on it, if that's all right.
Oh, you do? Okay,
yeah,
cool.
and just regarding item 14, I was going to suggest, and I've talked about it with other people around the table and seem to have reasonable agreement that the speaking length in that item alone is 5 minutes rather than 3, because it is a big issue, as you've indicated. And if people are trying their very best to be concise, strangely enough, it'll be easier with 5 minutes rather than 3. So I was wondering if you'd...
Oh yes, no, it was absolutely my intention to give people full 5 minutes in that item.
Great.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because it's normally...
It's usually 5 minutes unless we agree to a shorter time in
Can I push you to 6? Just kidding.
Any left over you can do.
Oh, no, you're right. It's usually 3 unless we
Usually
agree
3,
to
that's, yeah, what I was asking. So are we
So
cool with that?
5 is fine. That's what was actually my intention, because you're right. This
Thank
is
you,
a
Worship.
critical issue. Okay. Where are we now? Confirmation of the agenda we have done. Moved, it's been seconded. Councillor Bunting, did you second it? Yep. All in favour? Are there any declarations of interest on this matter? No. Okay, so now we go into the public forum, or the virtual public forum, and I believe we have 7...
Your Worship, I just like to raise a point of order of a technicality.
Oh, sure.
I point out that Councillor Pascoe moved a motion prior to the movement and confirmation of the agenda.
Yes,
And so
I
note
get that.
again,
Becca has been
Your
advising me,
Worship, I
and we
note
will
again-
get to it at the item. Ewan.
I'm
Leave
just
it
noting,
lie.
I'm noting again, Your Worship,
I know.
the failure of due process.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your perspective, and we'll deal with it at the item anyway.
Thank you.
As you know. Great. Let's go on with the public forum. We have 7 people, I think, on Zoom. Welcome. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy day to talk on this issue. And just in saying so, I just want to address a fact that this meeting is whether to provide feedback to the government's initial proposals on Waterform, not whether to opt into Waterform or opt out at this point. So we welcome your feedback on the messages that should be sheeted home to government. Good morning. The first speaker is Gary Maughan. Sorry, I'm sure I've pronounced that wrong.
Hello and greetings, Mayor and councillors. My name's Gary Moore. I was the Labour councillor for 2 terms and the Labour Mayor of Christchurch for 3 terms. I've retained my interest in local government. Last year I led a team reviewing Christchurch City Council's finances. start my video.
Yeah.
My comments are not anti-government, but about the Three Waters reform. My observations about Three Waters are that these reforms are quite correctly based on New Zealand having high water standards. The second point is the participation by iwi is excellent. But the numbers, if I could sound like a chartered accountant for a minute, are just fundamentally incorrect. The structure of the Three Waters 4 units would never, ever work in a democratic manner. The proposed structures could lead long-term to privatisation. So let me go back for a little history lesson. In 2000, we in local government, I was on LGNZ, we didn't trust the Department of Internal Affairs on their proposed reform of local government. So I did a deal with the Clark government and the Christchurch City Council, and we seconded our CEO, Mike Richardson, to the Department of Internal Affairs. And I'll send you his submission to Christchurch City Council, which elected to say no this week to the reforms. We then got an act which was workable for us in local government because DIA really didn't understand what it was like on the ground. So we now have a problem. DIA got their numbers and structures wrong. Brought together a number of councils, and we've been talking to councils right around New Zealand over the last couple of weeks, and they're all committed to make something work. It's time for local government to stand up and say, we will not be bullied by you, central government. You've put the cart before the horse. So what I'm saying is this. Let's work together on local government reform, especially local government funding. Secondly, let's get LGNZ to be local government's advocates, not the Crown's. And thirdly, let's spend several years getting the Water Authority established, which is a good idea, and analyse the local government review and work from that point, particularly on finances. So it's stand up and be counter time for local government, not time to kowtow to the central government, but to insist on a respectful dialogue to arrive at a solution which all local government and central government can live with. All around New Zealand, councils are saying, no, let's work together to find something which will work for all, large and small. So thank you for this opportunity to address you, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. There is a moment for a couple of questions if councils have any, because we're sticking to the 3 minutes. No. Thank you. Oh, Sarah. Sarah has a question. If you can't hear, I'll repeat it for you.
Morena, Gary. I'm just interested, you've, in your submission said to basically hold off on any water reforms until these other things are in place. Do you also see some risk that we end up not actually having any kind of progress in this area then for many more years, particularly if we have, a change in leadership centrally?
No, I think there's a cross. Thanks for that question. I think there is almost a cross. This is joined left and right together, and we all need good water. And I don't think a change of government will actually change that. But one of the councils that we've been working with is Hastings, from which a lot of this stuff came. And they've worked very closely, all the Hastings councils, to arrive at a regional solution. So they've worked with their iwi, they've worked with their with the councils in the area, and they've come up with a very good solution. And so I think that's why it's important to send a message to the government saying, we agree with water reforms, we agree with the water standards, we think it's really important we get the structure right, and this current structure is undemocratic.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in. Thank you for the time, and you were very precise.
I think Rob has a question.
No, we're out of time, sorry, 3 questions to... Oh, look, in the best interest of democracy, go with your question, Rob.
Thank you.
Hang on, Gary, one more question,
thanks,
please.
and Thanks, Gary, for joining us this morning and bringing along some of your institutional knowledge. Given the international experience around these large water companies, you talk about the suggestion of getting a water entity up and running before the assets are actually transferred. What sort of timeline do you think it would take, given the international evidence that's available and experience, to actually get the numbers right before we actually do the transfer of assets?
Well, I don't approve of the transferring of assets to start with.
Sale of assets.
What we need to do at local level is to actually find your natural water systems, natural iwi, the natural collaboration with local government, so that the assets aren't transferred and stay on the balance sheets of the councils. In Christchurch City, for instance, the assets have a gross value of 6.9 billion and a debt of 1.1 billion, and the council's being handed 122 million. And Christchurch City will fund the South Island, and I just think that's wrong. So what we need to do is we need to actually, that's why I say breathe through our noses, talk to central government and say we want to get this right, but let's not hasten it. Now, the Minister's sounding very stubborn on this, and I think that it's really important that we give her a chance to say what we say is in local government. I still say we. In local government, we want to work with you. The answers you're promoting aren't right at the moment, but let's work on something we all think is right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Good note to leave it on. I appreciate that. We have another Gary Mon, and I hope I've said that right, M-O-H-N. Have I got that right, Gary? You're on mute, please. Sorry, we can't hear you, Gary.
Okay, that's correct.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Okay, points I've got here, which there's a lot of concerns, basically, not only with the process, but why rush this in the 8 weeks we've only had to talk about it, or there's very little information that's got out into the general public. There's bits and pieces on some news media, but not through the general public. And with COVID levels at the moment, you know, why are we still rushing this through? I just find that really wrong. As alluded with previous Gary, the democratic process has been bypassed, but yet again, and this is quite a disturbing sort of feature that's happening with this current government. Basically, there should be more collaboration with the general public and with ratepayers, even if you have to hold a referendum on this. I think it's important that the democratic process is followed. Costs, I have a bit of an issue if the water reforms go ahead or is press-ganged into existence, ratepayers will be landed with heavy rate increases. This is proven with the Auckland situation, but also with what I've been able to read. And I know from the example of the electricity industry, where we were supposed to get cheaper power, but it's never occurred, and I can see this happening here with the new entities having a license just to print money and to push costs out, where these costs will be put onto struggling people with low incomes, benefits, pensioners, and also people who rent at the moment. Landlords will end up having to protect themselves against any loss of margin. So the poor people out there renting now, they're getting hammered now. This will just be another nail in their coffin as well. There is nil protection for ratepayers against raising costs or them subsidising other areas or against assets becoming privatised. And who's to say that the four entities won't be privatised at a later date? Because, I mean, it's just a natural thing that water is the new white gold, and this will lead to privatisation along. Why should one area subsidise another? Why should larger centres subsidise smaller areas, as previous Gary said, that Christchurch would end up pretty much subsidising the whole of the South Island, and this will happen with the likes of the Hamiltons, having to look after the smaller centres right around the greater central North Island. Is this another way of government avoiding its responsibilities and pushing costs onto the ratepayers? If there's a problem with water supplies in some areas due to poor governance, making others pay is not a solution, not in my view anyway. And if this goes ahead, will rates go down with water proportion having been removed? And I think not, basically. That's another concern with costs. Well, the other concern I have is the hidden agendas which go on. It isn't about water quality. Water quality is just a vehicle about who's going to control all water. And this exercise is about control. I think it's a real concern that we're going down this road and we're not involving everybody in the exercise. Accountability, if any point where he goes ahead, and I certainly hope it doesn't, there's a little to no control to Hamilton's voice being heard, and this has been voiced a number of times, where if you've got 12 people on a board, 6 are going to be iwi, which I disagree with, and 6 are going to be from the greater areas that are covered by that entity. Little voices, the voice of Hamilton will not be heard really in that area. The voice of the average ratepayer will not be actually heard. Also in the accountabilities, there's, this is just me being a little bit cynical, that once an entity goes ahead, is it suddenly another area where people will be given high salaries and there's, that's going to be here, but there's sort of a bit of jobs for the boys at times that instead of those who are highly qualified and need to be looking after things. Assets, as been voiced, I'm against the council releasing any assets they own. Control of ratepayers, namely water and wastewater and sewage, we've gone forever. So once this goes ahead, you won't get it back. These assets and infrastructure are originally constructed and maintained at ratepayer expense, a cost against every household that some struggle to meet. Assets worth millions of dollars to the effect given away does not reflect a return on that investment and sacrifice.
Okay, Gary, last point, please, because we're running out of time. Thank you. That's it?
No, there's a couple of other things here, but anyway.
Thank you.
Up to, as the previous Gary, and that is this bullying tactic that goes ahead and pressuring councils into doing something and bypassing ratepayers. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time to talk with us this morning. We're on to the next person, which I believe is Benjamin Dunbar. Hi, Benjamin. I never think of you as Benjamin.
I have a screen to share.
I never think of you as Benjamin, actually, Ben. That's a...
Yes, well, I don't want to waste my time on that, but my mother used to call me that when she was annoyed with me. It's taken me all this time to claim it back. Okay, so I am opposed to the government's water reforms. I'm just going to run through this PowerPoint. Can everyone see it?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So what's the most vital thing in life? It's water. We can live 2 months without food, but only 3 days with water, and that's why the major corporates want to own water assets. So the new goal, as our previous spokesman just said. What's the government got planned? This is a big government agenda. We're going to have centralisation of power to an unelected board, reduce the power of the people, reduce the role and strength of local councils, and also increase the risk of future privatisation. Assets go to an unelected board of a mega entity, 6 seats for iwi, but the appointment panel then chooses the unelected board. It'll be very difficult for Hamilton City to obtain prioritisation for funding in this. In fact, Hamilton's going to be drained of its assets to fund everyone else, like Waitomo and those small rural councils. Loss of control over Hamilton's destiny as well. Now, this has been driven by a slick PR campaign from the government. I mean, it's a fear-based campaign. There was one incident in Hayfield North, which was isolated, and that's a justification for taking the assets of 67 councils. Now, there's been precedent for this sort of PR campaign. I think some of you will remember it. It's about fear. The problem is Hamilton assets are well managed. As Finance Committee Chairman Rob Pascoe set out clearly, you've got 1.45 billion in water assets and only 370 million in debt. Very similar to Christchurch's position. The government's going to take this with virtually no compensation. 58, 60 million, I think. And as Jason Woodford, I wish I could do those deals. And you lose control of its assets to 22 other councils. The government claims councils will be no worse off by opting in. But what about the individual ratepayer, who you are responsible for? Hamilton residents face price harmonisation, which means we will pay more in 2024. Government's pointing 30 years in the future. 30 years previously, there was no internet. Things can happen a lot in 30 years, but they won't tell us how much individual rates will go up. How can they predict what's going to be better off in 30 years and not tell you what's happening in 2024? Westland estimates a 240% increase in individual water rates. There will also be mandating of water meters. Once the water meter mega entity takes control, the DIA has stated in its fact sheet that this will include volumetric charging and following government policy statements. So Dave, person, I'm sorry, you vote for this, you vote for water meters. What concerns me most is privatisation. When there's 67 councils, you can't privatise. The minute you have 4 entities, you're corporatising, it increases subsequent privatisation. Government says 75% majority is required, but this rule can be tweaked. And it's interesting that the DISA in its Q&A document says the key way of stopping this is the restrictions on sale and transfer of strategic assets, similar to the current restrictions on councils. Well, they've just wiped those. You ain't going to get a say. Unbridled power of an absolute majority government. Remember what happened last time we had absolute majority. Douglas and Preble corporatised forestry, rail, steel, banking and telecom, which were all subsequently privatised. Mega corporates are privatising water because you can't live without it. And if the new entity, B, gets into trouble, the first thing they'll do is sell 50% to someone else overseas. We'll lose our control. And Minister Mahuta has made it clear she's going to mandate these reforms. So your council report is a very good report. It talks about disappointment about the process, concerns about compressed timeframes, the lack of information on price harmonisation, failure to consider alternative options. But are you going to get to consult with your ratepayers? No. It's going to be mandated through amalgamation. The local government safeguards that have been set in place for a long time to prevent this very thing happening are going out the door. The same forcible mandate can apply to subsequent privatisation. And the only option you're going to get is select committee feedback where the absolute majority can ignore differing views. Why is there an urgency to this? As Gary Moore said, why is there only one option? As the council report points out, you could underwrite council debt, you could have off-balance sheet models, you could direct invest, just like roads. But no, there's only going to be one option for iwi council model being considered. This is a crucial turning point. At what point does a government stop being a democracy and start becoming a dictatorship? The government starts to become a dictatorship when it stops listening to the will of local people. When it starts forcibly taking their assets without asking their opinion or following statutory legal processes. When it stops allowing consideration of alternative options. When the minister believes she's absolutely right to impose her will as law and will not hear opposing voices of community leaders. When the democratic processes are sidelined and statutory LBA safeguards and unbridled power ignored. That's what we have. So as a Hamilton resident concerned citizen, I urge you to signal your opposition to the government's reforms due to their negative impact on price rises for Hamilton ratepayers due to harmonisation, the loss of $1.4 billion assets, which my parents helped pay for in building this city, the risk of future privatisation, the lack of LGA consultation.
Thank you. We're over time really, so we've run out of time for questions, but I have to say that I think your presentation was really clear and that will inform questions in the debate without doubt. Thank you, Ben.
I have, just one thing, I have forwarded that to Tyler and he can circulate to you if you wish.
Thank you. We appreciate that. And the next person in public forum is Russell. Good morning, Russell. Is she there, Russell? I see her there, but she's off screen and mute. Are you there, Russell? Okay, we might move on to someone else and come back.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, we can. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, I've had to do a bit of a funny arrangement between a computer and a tablet because I haven't got a microphone on my computer, so I've got two screens. It's all a bit bizarre.
Oh, we feel your pain.
So good morning, everybody. And bear in mind, I'm not very Checo, but to be fair, Gary Moore and Benjamin have really said it all for me. And I'm afraid mine sounds a bit waffly, but however, good morning, everybody. Just like many of you, I was worried about the lack of details surrounding Three Waters. But on reflection, detail is the least of my concerns because no amount of tottering around the edges is ever going to make this proposal palatable because it attacks the very heart of our democracy and the essence of our property rights. It is theft, nothing more and nothing less. To add insult to injury, Council has just embarked on a $16.5 million upgrade to Dinsdale's water infrastructure. Forgive me if I feel like the sucker of the year. That means in addition to the $1.5 billion that our existing water infrastructure is worth, an extra $16.5 million ratepayer dollars will now fall into the lap of the third party if Three Waters is allowed to proceed. How can it ever be right to simply commandeer the belongings of one group, give the use of them to another group, and deny the legal owners any control of their assets, and how they're used, or the cost of the product that those assets deliver? Ownership that doesn't confer ownership rights is simply a fiction. It would be like government nationalising your family home, gifting the use of it to a third party for some profit, charging you for the repairs and maintenance, and telling you to be happy because the house is still yours. Unfortunately, you won't get full compensation. The rent income is theirs in perpetuity and you won't ever be able to move back in. This is not New Zealand. This is the kind of stuff that might have been dreamed up by Robert Mugabe. How can any one of you, even for a nanosecond, think that reticulated water for our homes and businesses is going to cost less? Hamilton has steadfastly rejected the introduction of water meters, but they will be the inevitable consequence of Three Waters. Water coming in and out will have to be measured to calculate charges. Make no mistake, Three Waters is the sneaky privatisation in everything but name. It has been suggested that Hamilton needs to be inside the 10th week on its chain, but given that Mahuta has refused to rule out the compulsory element of Three Waters, meaningful change is unlikely from either inside or outside the tent. Only universal rejection by councils and citizens from all over Aotearoa will be the only thing that will trigger a rethink, and Hamilton must be part of that revolution. You were democratically elected to represent the interests of the people of Hamilton, not the interests of central government politicians. Now is the time to show voters exactly where your loyalties lie. Send a message that you cannot support the theft of your ratepayers' assets or an undemocratic minority control. Please reject Three Waters. Other councils all over New Zealand are doing just that.
Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, thank you. Nice touch. We have
It's a very odd thing to do.
We don't appear to have any questions. We had a little bit of time for questions, but I think you were quite clear. So thank you very much, Russell. Thank you for taking an interest and participating democratically. We always do appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paula.
And we are now on to Armand. Armand? Please correct me if I say your name wrong. Do I see? I don't see them back here. No? Huh? They're not here anymore? Okay. Raymond Mudford, who's known to us all. Hello, Raymond.
Hi, everyone.
Your turn.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on the subject. There's a few new people. I'd like to welcome Councillor Mark Donovan. I presume he's there. I can't see around the table, but I assume he's there.
We've put him in the far back corner.
Yeah. And also the CEO in waiting, Lance Ford. I don't know whether he's there or not either, but it's good to see some positive changes, and also I hope that Richard's future is successful.
Richard is here. Lance, however, is not.
I can see him here.
I'm looking forward, Ray, to a positive piece of public forum from you. I think we should get started.
I need to point out that people who I talk to are not opposed to changes in Three Waters. In fact, we actively encourage new ways of thinking and engineering of this critical community structure to meet the challenges of climate change and reduce financial burden on those who are paying for these services. The staff report from page 302 to 332 contain many concerns over the government proposal. These should not be ignored, but instead signal that insufficient work has been done by the proposal to justify any change. Decision makers in the past have decided on projects on the basis it must be good for the community. Unfortunately, reorganisations such as Auckland Water Care, projects such as Mangawhai Food Plant, Nelson Water Dams, Wellington Transmission Gully, and many more idealistic projects have caused considerable financial pain for the community, primarily through the lack of thought in the pre-planning phase, which is the phase we're in at the moment. The Three Waters Initiative has exactly the same feeling about it, and therefore we opt out of the proposal. On a secondary thought, the proposal is signaling that there will be unspecified significant cost savings through this initiative. Did this happen with Auckland Water Care? Will Waipa and Oklahoma districts disappear as their asset base is primarily Three Waters? Will the number of elected members around the table here today reduced by 3 or thereabouts and income reduced? Will HCC staff be reduced by 300 to 400, being the value of the assets? Thirdly, we see signs of another 1988 financial reform to rebalance the government books, possibly using the sale of Three Water assets to reduce the debt. Our opinion, opt out of the government proposal and engage with the community in open and transparent workshops on the subject of local government reform and complete the implementation of agreed changes. Complete the RMA implementation, then decide what, if any, changes are required for the Three Waters. Conclusion. Paula.
Oh, thank you.
I'm back with you.
Oh, okay. Oh, so that was like the end, but it was
The end, yeah,
Thank
conclusion,
you.
the end, yes.
I thought you were going into a conclusion. Thank you very much. We do have a couple of seconds if anybody has a question that they really want to ask, but you were very clear, so thank you for that. No, there are no questions. Thanks, Raymond. We'll see you again, I know. Thank you for taking an interest in our processes. We appreciate that.
Thank you very much. All the best for all of you.
Thank you. Last one on the speaking order today is, unless Armand has turned up, which I don't think so, is Graham Mead. Are you there, Graham? Can't see you either. Good morning. Good morning. We're well. How are you?
Yeah, brilliant on a fine day, windy day in Dinsdale. Hey, look, thanks for the opportunity to speak. And again, I've got something written, so I'll run through that and hopefully get through it. I have, and so have a number of others, spent a large amount of time looking at the available information from online, and that has been supplied to me directly. This has allowed me, I believe, to get a good gauge on the plan and also feedback I've received from you, the councillors, and I thank you all for that. I've also listened to the government ministers and also the Prime Minister, who yesterday on radio stated that control needs to be at governmental level and used Havelock North as the catalyst for the change. It appears that the change is a fait accompli, as management positions have now been advertised, and that was on 12 o'clock on the Farming Show. After reading and listening, I now have a real fear that our elected councillors, who are you, are going to sell the water and give away the ownership management of the biggest asset we have in the council portfolio. Water is the source of life and the sustenance for the growth of our land. I've also seen this Three Waters plan may reduce my council rates bill, but the Prime Minister yesterday stated on radio they would need an injection of $190 billion to help fix the water problem. Just where will that money come from? It will be by the way of the rates that I will have to pay. And the government, I believe, will use this asset to gather loans overseas against our water. Some of you even campaigned that no water meters for Hamilton. This is now an inevitable outcome. You also have to realise that council income from rates and council turnover were reduced by more than 20% or more if the rate reduction figures are correct. And that will have a massive effect on your ability to borrow and budget, and many staff may be affected in employment. Also, from the responses I received from you, many have indicated your need for a change. That well may be the case, and I'm not opposed to change. But I've not seen an offered plan of change driven and managed by HCC. And I come back. When elected, you agreed to part of your role, and it's stated, representing the interests of Hamilton. Upon election, all members must make a declaration that they will perform their duties faithfully and impartially, according to their best skill and judgment in the best interest of the city. Currently, from the responses, I see some with a clear association with political party affiliation, and the water debate goes directly against the agreed part of being a councillor of Hamilton. You are elected by the people who live in Hamilton to look after the city of Hamilton, today and for the future, whilst acknowledging the history of the fourth largest city in New Zealand, not a puppet to Wellington. The rates that our families have paid in the past have given us this water system, and this will take it away. It may not affect me tomorrow, but what is the legacy for our future Hamilton residents? The legacy might just be the 2021 elected council who gave away our water. Is that what you'd be remembered for in an election campaign? I can see no guarantees from the region of Three Waters that will guarantee Hamilton a voice, let alone funding for projects our city will need. Yet we'll be the biggest city with the largest needs and possibly no voice at all in the management committee. You have taken a progressive step to involve elected iwi in the council next year and our local iwi in the current plans, and that alone will ensure all voices are represented and heard. You need to ensure that we, the local ratepayers, are in control of the assets we own, not give them away. Because at the value of potentially being set, that's exactly what you're saying yes to. Yes, there's a probably need for change, but why can't the fourth biggest council in the country manage to control that change? There is an internal plan for this needed expansion. Even the source of the Waikato River, Taupo, has said no to the Three Waters direction. In finishing, I think I have the same information you have about Three Waters. Unless you have a crystal ball, we have no real idea of what it will look like, perform like, and what the outcomes for Hamilton might look like. And therefore we have no elected right to give the asset you're elected to protect away. If Three Waters doesn't work, will it be given back to the councils? I doubt it. And what guarantee is that the water management ownership will not sold on, as with so many of our national assets in 2003 and ensuing years. You are perhaps, if you're in favour of believing the press releases of promotion, perhaps you want some changes to some things, but what is it you want? And some of it are against it altogether, and right now your vote has to be no. This plan's not for us, not right now, it's being rushed through. Plan an HCC-driven provision to look at ways there can be positive change for internal, local owned Hamilton water management. Retaining water ownership is the essence of life for all of the future generations of Hamilton. You need to say no today, but I do think some future planning and change may be necessary. But let's Hamilton City do it, retaining our ownership, which is the essence of life for our future generations Hamilton. Some of you may disagree with me. That's your right, just as I've said the right to disagree with you. But I urge you to take off your rose-coloured political glasses and look after the people who put you in office and do what...
Oh, thank you. You've gone mute. I don't know why. But we're over time now. Thank you, Graham. And so I presume when you, just a question from me, I presume when you talk about take off your political glasses, you're talking about both blue or red or green glasses. You're talking that, but we should be looking for the right deal for Hamilton. Is that what you're saying?
You're right. We are Hamilton. You're elected members to look after Hamilton, not Wellington.
And
I don't care what kind of glasses you read. Let's look at it realistically and not sell our assets. Assets strip our country.
So given just final question. So given we're not actually voting on whether to, and we're certainly not voting on giving away our assets or even opting in or opting out today, we're just giving feedback to the government. The matters that you've raised in your discussion with us are the matters you'd expect us to give to feedback, right?
Yeah, look, just to be honest, they were advertising positions of management for Three Waters.
Yes, no, I get that. Yeah, I get that, but
I believe it's a fait accompli that they're just trying to railroad it through and say this is what you're going to take. And that's not fair on our council and our forefathers and our future.
Thank you, Graham. Look, I really appreciate it, and I appreciated you were one of the first members of the local public that reached out to me for some additional reading information, and I sent you lots, so I appreciate that you took that time to look at all the issues. Thank you. We're out of public forum now. Thanks for coming. We're out of public forum now, and we're going to move into the next item. I think, by the way, just to forecast that I have a really fair and reasonable way to sort the motions. Let's come to that when we come to the right item. Confirmation of the open, I lost my page, confirmation of the council open minutes is the next item, please. I've just gone blank on the screen. I'm just going to get back.
Do you want to just move them all as a suite?
I think we will. I would like to do that. I would like to move them all as a suite and just take questions. They are all listed there on the agenda. Have you got any questions, concerns on items? And we'll take them all as they go. I think, sorry, I'm really finding it hard to see who's got questions. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Paula. Just one very quick question. And I'm supportive of them going through as a suite, but my question's on the swearing-in ceremony for Councillor Donovan. I asked you offline, but I think I want to ask it online too. Are we planning on having some form of formal,
Yes, we are.
going through the normal process?
We are. Mark's aware of that his family and friends will be invited to an event.
Is that at level 1, is it?
At level 1.
Right. That's the question they wanted me to
With
ask.
a chocolate fountain, actually. That his dad is coming to make us beautiful micro-screened chocolate. Is that not right, Councillor Donovan?
So bring your own savouries. Right, got it. Thank you.
Anything else? Any questions on that? Don't see any. Do you, Becca? No? Don't see any? All right, thank you. I move that those be received.
Happy to second. I've just made sure I was at all of those meetings, and yes, I was.
Thank you. All in favour, please raise your hand. That's how we're doing it today. Everybody, just noting that Jeff's out of the room. Oh, and in Zoom, we've got Angela. Have you got your hand up? I need you to have your screen on when you put the vote. Angela and Kesh.
Yeah, motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you so much. All right, so that brings us on to the next item. Why have I got this weird table of contents? Oh, here we go. I can't find my right page here, Becky. You might need to help me. Chair's report on pages 43. Not there. Oh, I've done that accidentally. Sorry, just bear with me a minute. I must have swiped something when I was See, I don't get technology right all the time either. Thank you. Thanks. That's what I was looking at before. Thank you. Chair's report. I'm not going to talk to it. There's no need to talk to it in full. It is pretty self-explanatory, I believe. Just noting I have made an amendment to the replacement positions on page 46 of the agenda, and I have added Councillor Bunting as an additional extra member to the Chief Executive Review Committee. And I'll go to questions now. Angela's got a question.
I would have very applied if I knew that.
Yes, thank you. Just a procedural request, if you would take on page 43 under the recommendation, if you would take A and then B separately.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so receive the report and then the delegation separately. That's what you said. Thanks. Absolutely. All right. Any questions on the remainder? No. Okay. Yes, sorry, Rob.
Yeah, look, with the deepest respect to Councillor Maxine and Councillor Mark Bunting, do you feel that the Chief Executive Review Committee is starting to morph into a rather large committee, given my experience in the past where I've been on the committee when it's been far too large and far too small?
Is that me?
Yeah, well, I guess it's your decision to increase the
Yeah,
size
okay.
of the personnel on the
Thank you.
committee.
Yes, look, I was of a mind just to only reappoint the one vacancy. But both councillors expressed a huge passion and desire to participate in this work from quite a long time ago. And I considered that with 1 year left in this term, it would not matter. I think it would matter if we started to get more in the subcommittee than in council on a whole. Then it becomes not a subcommittee, you might as well go back to the whole. But of course, all of these things get reviewed again next year under whoever's the mayor at that time. So, you know, it was one of those things, two keen people, why not? Let's just move on and get the job done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on that? No? Oh, yes, thank you, Martin.
Certainly, yeah, obviously this is debated, excellent series of recommendations. Can the chair of the Hearings and Engagement Committee confirm that he will be hosting a farewell function for his outgoing deputy?
The sausage rolls.
Your Worship, I can confirm that I will, that the quality of wine and food offering will reflect the loyalty the Deputy Chair has provided and the way he votes in the future. Oh, that's a loaded offer right there. Okay, thank you. Let's move on.
Can the chair of that committee confirm that he will give the incoming deputy chair the benefit of all his legal wisdom?
He will try. All right, councillors. Thank you for that. We'll move with the show of hands that we received the report.
No, sorry, debate.
Oh, you want debate on that one, Angela, on the report?
Yeah.
Okay, there's no questions, but you want to go into debate on receiving the report. Thanks, Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. After. Look, I asked for this to be taken separately. I fully support the changes to the governance structure, but there are some statements in the Chair's report today that I disagree with, and I want to be consistent with my thinking and evaluation of the proposal on the Three Waters reform. The report asks us to debate providing some sound and factual-based information, and I of course agree with that. But I feel that it implies that there hasn't been factual-based information and debate up till now, and I do disagree with that statement. I think the blame for that actually lies totally with the government and their entire lack of information and answers to questions that all elected members have been raising for some time. Another statement in the report talks about how councils are not being asked to make a decision on whether or not they wish to take part, so opt in, opt out. I partly agree with that, but the fact that we are long into this process and still have an extraordinary amount of unanswered questions, I feel that we would be doing a grave disservice to the public if we didn't include whether we're going to opt in or opt out in our feedback as well. I think I finally just want to make the comment that I do disagree with the statement in the report that says that most councillors have raised legitimate concerns. I believe through this process that every concern that I've heard from my colleagues has been legitimate, whether or not I share that particular concern. And I've appreciated greatly the amount of questions that we've all had and the amount of concerns that were raised. So it's certainly not personal, but I want to be consistent today with my pushback and my debate and my listening on the waters reform. And that's why I am happy to vote for B, but I will be voting against the Chair's report today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Leary. Just to mention, it would have been useful if you'd have asked those in questions, because I think I could have covered up a couple of points, but I'll speak to it in debate now, just to cover those off. Anybody else want to debate on this? Oh, we didn't get a seconder to move it. Anybody? Maxine? Anyone? Yeah, Maxine. Martin? Thank you. More debates? Jeff? Because I'd really like to spend the time on the substantive debate.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, I won't be voting against the Chair's report, but I do want to back up Councillor O'Leary that I think in terms of the statement about the accurate information or lack of accurate information, I think, you know, that you're on slightly dangerous ground there, I think, because there is an obligation to try and provide our community all sides of the discussion. And I think we haven't tried as an organisation hard enough to do that. I look at our website and I see us really just parroting government messages, dutifully trotting out the supposed benefits of water reform, dutifully trotting out the...
This is getting a bit off topic. You can agree or disagree with then what's in my Chair's report, which Angela did. That debate is useful debate, Jeff, and I'm not trying to stop you having that debate. I would rather it came in a substantive issue, the substantive report that we're going into next.
Okay, it goes to the information of accurate information being provided to our community.
Yeah, I'm happy for you to.
Right. So, and what I'm saying is, I think the council has been, as an organisation, parroting the government's information, and I think it's a good thing that there have been attempts made to actually get a rounder version of that information, is what I'm saying. So I dispute what you're saying in your report, I guess, about that. And I also have an issue with the opt-out thing, because I regard this as an opportunity where the public should have been involved, because this was the opportunity where this council can actually say, no, other options should be considered. And the public could have been involved in that, and other councils have done that. Waimakariri went out to the public hard for 3 weeks and got nearly 4,000 submissions, and so to say that this is not about opting in or not opting out, I disagree with that to a degree, because this is the only chance possibly the public's going to get to say, no, we want other options. This council goes through this process of feeding back information, which then bakes in one final version, a version of the option we've got, and that goes out to the public. They never get that opportunity. So I have never seen it. I have seen this as an opportunity for us to signal that we will opt out in future if this proposal carries on.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. I too want to support Councillor Angela and the concerns that she has raised. And I think we're all agreeing the concern is in reference to your suggestion in your report that some of the information that's been provided to the community has been inaccurate. I would like to say that, in fact, there is so much nuance in the current proposal. I find it extraordinary that most people are stating what they believe is fact is fact. There's a lot of interpretation, and I have, and others, have worked very hard when people have let us know that they think that we have misinterpreted, and we've adjusted the information that we have provided. I also take face on this assertion that this is not an issue or a debate about opting out. In fact, I remind this council that in the draft letter that we are going to send to government today, it suggests that the opt-out option shouldn't be permitted. This council is about to potentially send a letter to government saying to government, you shouldn't permit councils to opt out. So how paradoxical that on one hand somebody asserts that this isn't an issue about opting out, when in fact the very document attached and going to Wellington says remove the right to opt out. So that is why the chair report, interestingly, in my opinion, is inaccurate and unfortunately doesn't contain accurate information. And so that's why I think it's important when a chair's report, we've had good chair's reports, we had a magnificent chair's report from the finance chair, and the evidence that he provided was accurate. The assertions in this report has faults in it. And I think the author knows, and the author knows that she's wrong, and that's why I can't support the chair's report today.
Anybody else would like to have a go at this? Thank you, Martin.
Thank you. I understand this matter is going to come up under, is it the next item?
Point of order, Your Worship. That's also misleading the chamber. The reality is we're being asked to vote on this report, on this item. The point of order that you're misleading the chamber.
All right,
you're implying we don't have a right to debate the issue in front of us.
Ewan,
yes,
I accept that point of order. Let's move on.
So, look, but my contribution is I'll be voting to receive that. Certainly respect totally the views of colleagues so expressed. I just want to focus on the recommendations you're making to the governance structure and complement the inclusive manner in which you've talked to members of the team, and obviously one would never expect to be totally in agreement with the Mayor of the day on all issues, but I think this has been a very good example, I think, of genuine inclusive leadership, and I'm very personally happy, particularly with promoting newer members of the team. I think that's really good, very pleased to see that, and also, in spite of my humour before, I do want to congratulate Councillor Donovan and wish you well. You and Ewan will make a really good team, and albeit I want to acknowledge Ewan as the Chair of Hearings, because in reality Ewan would be the most highly qualified in terms of the work he's been doing in this area, so I think you guys will make a great team. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody at Mark?
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Councillor O'Leary does make a good point with regards an ambiguous statement, which makes it very hard for me to support the receiving of the Chair's report. And I'll bring that shortly. With regards to inclusive leadership, yes, I'm also grateful to be included on the Chair's, the CEO committee. I wasn't originally and had to ask, embarrassingly, but I'm glad that I am there now, thank you. The ambiguous comment that I refer to is the one where the Mayor says that most councillors come up with legitimate comments. Unfortunately, that while I appreciate that wasn't your intention, it does come up as ambiguous, that implying that some councillors came up with illegitimate comments, and so I will have trouble supporting the receiving of the Chair's report. And it's certainly no disrespect to the office or yourself personally, but I would have trouble passing that through.
Thank you. Well, let's start with that easy one then, since I'm... Oh, are you up? Oh, sorry. But I was just going to forecast that I'll change most to all, just a small blip of unintention there. But anyway, Dave.
Thank you. There's been a little bit of heat already in this debate, and I suggest those that have got heated should save that until later. There's going to be plenty of time and room for heat when we get to item 14, which they've been debating by proxy, in this. This is simply a question of whether we receive the chair's report or not whether we agree with it or not. The last time I heard that a council committee's chair's report was being voted against being received was when a former councillor, Siggy Henry, voted against my own strategic growth committee chair's report because she didn't like the fact that I was too flippant in it, as she said. You know, the issue here is this the chair's views? Yes, she's put it down and made it clear it's her views. She's fully entitled to as chair. We're not asked to agree with it, and we're fully welcome to say that we don't agree with it, but it is the chair's report. So that's why I'm voting for it, and I'm looking forward to some real heat and fire when we actually get to the substantive item, rather than at this time.
Thank you, Dave. Rob?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, I've been told on numerous occasions in my 8 years in the chamber that receiving does not mean the same as agreeing. And I've challenged that a number of times just to make sure that if I do vote in receiving it, it doesn't necessarily mean to say that I agree. And I think Dave's kind of covered that off. I think the problem here, Mayor Paula, is not a lack of accurate information. It's been a lack of information, full stop. And that's led to second guessing, whether it's within members around this chamber table or the public, and this is where the inaccuracies have developed from that second guessing because the information is not here. So like Councillor Dave, I'm looking forward to the to item 14, where we'll get a chance to really look and do a deep dive into that lack of information and hopefully come up with an accurate way of going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for sharing those and being so forthright. Look, I'm happy to change the most to all. I think that's just a slip of the pen or, you know, in the flow moment, because I do agree every last councillor around this council has asked many, many robust questions through many, many points of discussion. So I would like to note that as a small amendment to my report, please, Amy. In terms of the rest, the feedback I'm talking to is not to be inferred as directed to any particular person here or elsewhere. I have heard on the news, I have heard at the multiple, I've been spending 15 to 20 hours a week on this stuff, I've heard at the multiple forums that I've been on misinformation. And you're right, the reason that there is misinformation being supplied is because there's very little information, tangible, usable information coming out of the Department of Internal Affairs. So we're all crafting up information to share in a variety of ways. I think the Minister last night on a Zoom call with us acknowledged that the levels of understanding in the wider public are not high, and that in fact some people are repeating things that are not true because they just haven't been able to get into the detail. It's extremely, extremely complex. So you needn't take offence at that comment. It's a statement of what I perceive to be the truth, that there is, in this whole debate, good information circulating and misinformation circulating. I'm very clear. I've always been very clear that I'm about community engagement. So I do my level best and have done throughout the process, as a number of you have, to share my views and ideas, facts and information for the public to digest. In terms of the opt-in and opt-out, I agree that in the present draft, in the paper, there are some references to what extent we want to make commentary about opting in and out. But when you look at the recommendation of the report, there is no decision being made to formally saying, yes, we're into water reform, or no, we're definitely out of water reform. And I think there is a lot of water to go. No, that's a horrible metaphor. There's a lot of debate. I was going to say water to flow under the bridge. There's a lot of debate to come in terms of how strong we are with our feedback, right? And we will craft that. But at the end of the day, we will land in a position that the majority of councillors support. And we will land in a position where you give me, through your vote, for your democratic vote, as you did earlier in this process when you unanimously, everyone asked me to work alongside the process. You will give me a steer as to what to put in that cover letter, which I will sign alongside the staff's more technical report. We're not there yet. We're getting there in the next period of time. So, look, I appreciate and I don't take offence at your feedback. I think Dave's right. We've seen many chairs' reports with many comments in it. I don't think I'm inaccurate in my report. That's fine. Other people may feel I have been.
Your Worship, can I just ask you, because I think I'd like to support you because you said you were going to make a couple of small amendments.
Yeah.
I just want to understand what they are.
Just when it talks about most councillors, I'm going to put all. And that's it. And I'm just clarifying to you that my reference to misinformation does not sit here. It sits across New Zealand. And you just have to take it like that. Anyway,
You're in the middle of a
Yeah.
speech. The time to maybe raise that question surely is the end of the speech. Before the vote.
Your Worship, I apologise. I thought you had finished. I thought I was trying to be helpful by asking for a further explanation.
I am finished now.
Councillor McPherson, obviously, sorry, continue, Your Worship. I'll wait till you to finish.
You and I have finished now.
Okay, thank you. So I was simply asking for for an administrational question to understand what you mean by making some small adjustments. Is that all right, Councillor McPherson?
The only adjustment that I did ask was to change most to all, right? That's the only adjustment I've made.
Okay, so you're not changing the fact that we are simply not being asked today to either opt in or opt out in light of the fact that our current draft letter is, and part of our feedback, is saying to the government that they should remove the option of councils being able to opt out.
No, I'm not removing that because I'll
Okay,
make
thank you.
make the
I
clarity
just
about
needed the
that.
clarification. Thank you.
No, I'm not removing that. And I'll talk to it in the next debate. Let's move on. In fact, let's move this. And then I think we need to stretch the legs, quick comfort stop, come into the main item. So I'll move my report. Thank you, Deputy Taylor, for seconding it. Appreciate that.
So it's been moved and seconded by you and Maxine.
Oh, did it? Sorry, apologies. All in favour, raise your hand. Thank you. Opposed?
The motion is carried, noting Councillor Wilson, Councillor Bunting and Councillor O'Leary are dissenting.
Perfect. Let's have a cup of tea. Let's be back in 10 minutes. What?
We need to do the other.
Oh, sorry. Of course we do. You can't have a cup of tea unless you... No, preferably not.
So we need someone to move and second this.
I will move, and I need a seconder for the, preferably not someone named in it. Oh, you already did? So, thanks, Jeff. Martin has seconded it. All in favour, please raise your hands.
Point of clarification just before, if I may.
Oh, what?
So you, with regards to my being included in the CEO committee, I don't see it in the writing, but it's up there, is it?
It's been addressed.
It's been included. We can put it up on the screen, but we've definitely
No,
got
I'm
it.
happy with that. Thank you.
Paula,
Thank you.
Jeff, silly.
No, that's...
He seconds the lot, obviously.
Not
That's
necessarily, no,
cool.
but
Yeah. Oh, good,
it's not
sorry.
how we roll, but either or. So Jeff has seconded it, Bess. All in favour? All right, thank you. Now, cup of tea for 10 minutes? And get comfortable because the next session's going to be...
Apparently the heat
Bigger.
is coming. Bring the heat.
Councillors, we'll get started, if we may. Councillors, Ewan, Martin, let's go. Let's go, councillors, please. Just before we start, and just an apology and admission, what I really wanted to say when we got sunk into some other detail in the Chair's report, Richard, is to note your parting. I know this isn't your final farewell. We'll have a lot more to say to you. All nice tomorrow. But I just want to take this moment with councillors to say thank you for your work in your time here. You've definitely left an indelible mark on the organisation, a new way of doing things. You should be proud of the legacy you've left here, especially your work with high-performing teams and staff and how that has gone. We wish you well in your best next adventure, whatever that is. Whoever gets you will be lucky to have your high energy, your intellect and your passion that you bring to projects that really hit the button for you. And, you know, of course, Lance is coming in, and we look forward to that too, but we don't want to focus on that. We just want to focus today and say a very big formal thank you. Enjoy your last council meeting. We've saved the very best one for your last meeting. So we hope you enjoy it immensely. Thank you. Does anybody else want to say?
Thank you, Paula.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, I want to add my voice to your thanks to Richard. The reality is, Richard, you've been an extraordinary Chief Executive. We were very lucky to get you pretty much out of your corporate environment, finance. The finance portfolio showed an immediate uplift as a result, and then we were able to have you in the Chief Executive role. What I love most about you is your ability to think fast. You're an innovator. You think outside of the square. You've carried yourself, I think, particularly well. And it's not easy being a chief executive of an organisation that's constantly in a fishbowl, where both the media and the people that you work with are having to stroke their own egos because of the very nature of the business we're in as politicians. And so you're a huge loss to this council, and I have no doubt that your consultancy work will pick up quickly, and I have no doubt that in fact somebody will want to grab you and try to lure you back to local government. But I wouldn't be surprised if you sort of suggest time out from local government for a while, because we don't make it easy. So I just wanted to say thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Ms Southgate, and thank you for raising this and giving us this opportunity. Yeah, look, I always had a picture of local government CEOs before I got elected as being a little bit boring, a little bit unfriendly, a little bit stuffy, and possibly that's because I was a journo asking them questions, and maybe that's why I regarded them that way. But Richard kind of changed all that for me. And I remember one of the early days when I was in the council car park and I saw this little Toyota Yaris, is it, parked in the corner. And I thought, and then I realised, I saw Richard come out of it, and I remember thinking, this is not your average CEO. This guy's a bit different. And sure enough, yeah, and then he had the big muscle cars. That's right. So he is different, and I've found him colourful, approachable, a great disarming sense of humour, and direct. I love directness. And you know where you are, you know what he's saying to you. And he also has a mercurial presence in a room. He doesn't fade into the background. You always know he's there. He does have a presence. And he also has an encyclopedic knowledge and an incredibly quick mind. So I think, Richard, you've done an outstanding job of leading this organisation and the city in your time here, and congratulations for the role that you've played. This organisation has been at the forefront of this country's councils, and a lot of that is down to you, so well done. And I also think we shouldn't underestimate what it takes out of a CEO like Richard, the flack he has endured publicly, the unwelcome attention that he's attracted, and that is because he's put himself out there, and he's often put himself out there representing us and representing our views, and he's been brave enough to actually stand out there and put himself there and say, no, this is what we stand for. And he's made our life easier by doing that, I think. So once again, thanks, Richard. We're going to miss you.
Thank you. I wasn't actually intending for this to be the occasion for formal speeches because we have one tomorrow, but I will take a couple more comments, of course.
Public
Yeah,
record.
no, that's fine. Okay.
This is the public session, and I place on record my respect for Richard's integrity and vision. And I think I've got nothing. I ditto and support all the points that Councillor Wilson has made and Deputy Mayor Jeff. And if I may reflect, I had a relationship for 3 years as a Deputy Mayor with Andrew King. And if Andrew was here today, I know that Andrew would very much want me to convey his respect that he had for you. And as Andrew said, I'm sure would also say that occasionally I'm sure that he would have from time to time raised your blood pressure and given you a bit of excitement along the way. But you have served 3 mayors, and from my observation, particularly of the previous mayor, you did an incredible job. You're doing an incredible job now. But personally, I've found it, frankly, a privilege to work with you. And as Jeff has said, you know, the style of chief executive that you've experienced with you, I think, has been amazing, marvellous. And I just want a huge compliment to you. And I think, you know, if you're fortunate enough to have grandkids in years to come, and I'm sure you will, take credit.
I've got 8 already.
All right, 8 or, well, great grandkids, whatever. Yeah. All I'm saying is take credit for your contribution to the city they will see and they will experience, and that's genuine. I'm not quite sure how many grandkids, but anyway, I'll leave it at that. But take credit for your contribution to our city and our community. Thank you.
Dave.
Yeah, look, I won't add to those particular comments from the last 4 speakers, which I certainly agree with, but I'd like to add some personal ones. Firstly, that I really enjoyed Richard because he nearly always laughed at my jokes, and occasionally, in fact quite often, frequently, texted me jokes that I could then circulate to others as though they were my own, which was even better. A great source of jokes. But also, and this could be treated as the greatest compliment you could give Richard, or the greatest insult, that he thinks and understands politicians. And which I think is important. Crossover CEO can't just be a manager. They have, in a situation like a local body like this, they have to be able to put themselves in our shoes, and frequently had to interpret what we were saying for staff. That was a great skill of Richard's, and still is a great skill of Richard's. And I hope that continues in CEAs going forward, because we often are quite opaque as councillors. We don't fully say what we mean, and we need interpreters up on the front bench there, and you were certainly good at that. Probably the last thing I'd say is, thank goodness, given all the great comments you're getting here, that it's too late for you to ask for a salary increase before you leave.
Rob.
Yeah, thanks. And look, just adding to the accurate accolades for Richard, my first experience with Richard was as a newly elected councillor and chair of finance, and Richard was then the CFO, and we were going through a pretty rough patch in terms of rebuilding confidence with the city around showing that we had some abilities as a group to manage the city's finances. and I give full marks to Richard in terms of leading that through that process. And that's continued on into his CEO role, where I guess he was a baby CEO to start with, but grew through adolescence and into maturity very, very quickly. I think the first thing I remember of a huge success that this council won, and I pretty much owe that solely to Richard, was moving from land value to capital value. We'd fluffed around, I think previous councils had fluffed around for 20 odd years trying to get the message across, and Richard somehow cut through the ice, made what was a very complex area with so many variables as simple as it could ever be. And we went out in night meetings, as I remember, selling it to our community that this was the way forward, and it worked. So that was the first of many success runs that you've made. I have appreciated your experience and ability as a chartered accountant when I've asked questions in this chamber, and I hope that somehow I can bring Lance up to that standard very quickly so that we can get some immediate answers around ultimately the effect on our finances going forward. Thank you, Richard.
Cool. Thank you. Anybody else? Angela or... No?
No.
There will be a chance, of course, to share stories in a relaxed way tomorrow. I'm just now going to invite when we'll formally say farewells. It's sort of, well, not really farewell, is it? It's sort of so long because you'll be around.
2 weeks. 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Oh, sorry. Do you know, I've got my reading instead of my progressive glasses on.
I'm counting, that's okay. Can I just very briefly, if you don't mind, add it, because it is quite important to me to add some more lofty words of praise, Richard. Thank you. I'll never forget. Well, actually, it was a second interaction, because the first one I was on the radio and we were interviewing you about the theatre, and you gave us a really great update as to why the Founders was shutting down. And you came across real clear. I thought, gee, this guy's the goods. And I think you'd been in the job a grand total of 18 minutes or something like that. It was pretty early in your career. My second encounter with you, I'll never forget, and I'll quote it to anybody who'll listen, just got in as the lowest polling candidate. And you rang me with a big call and you said, right, congratulations, at present you're a councillor-elect, so you have no powers. Soon you'll be sworn in and you'll have even less. And never a truer word was spoke. Many things I've admired about Richard, obviously a loud laugh, sense of humour and all that sort of stuff's been covered here today, but I think it would be remiss not to mention your love of your staff. It's evident that we've got so many free and intelligent, bold thinkers in that staff, and I think that's due to you. And I've enjoyed watching you stick up for them in this chamber, saying things like, I will not tolerate my staff being treated like that, and I think that really reeks of greatness as a leader. You've taught me many, many things, but two of them stick out. One, that you encourage a messy office, i.e. you want to see mistakes all over the floor. So you want to encourage people to take chances. And you're also very big on the fact that councils actually should be quite anonymous in their community. And I've learned a lot from that, and I wish you all the very best in the future. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. Have you decided?
It's got to be professional, Ryan. It can't be unprofessional.
I can't add much more than what's already been said, other than I think we probably won't realise the impact Richard's had until time's gone on, but I think we've been very fortunate. I've only been in council 3.5 years, and I think we've been really fortunate to be in a council with your calibre and just the energy and the intensity you bring to the role. I think wherever you end up, you'll be an incredible asset, and potentially on more than the Prime Minister of Canada as well.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for those. And Richard, would you like to say a few words?
I'm going to keep it really short because more important things are harking. I do appreciate all the words. I've got a speech prepared for tomorrow night, so I'll keep my powder dry until then. I just want to make one comment. I really enjoyed the way this council, way back 7 years ago, took a punt and appointed, you said a junior chief executive, whatever the hell you described it. I was green as hell. And, the the trust and the confidence that was shown to me by successive councils and the support of an amazing organisation is really where the credit needs to go. You know, I was given a chance, which is the first battle, and with the support of staff, I took advantage of that chance. So I'm fully appreciative of everything that's happened, appreciative of Mayor Paula, and I'll keep my powder dry till tomorrow, but thank you for all the nice words.
Thank you. I understand there might be a song coming out tomorrow, is there? What? You did a really good Christmas song. I'm sure you can bust out a tune.
No, he can't. I'll recommend that you come off the Chief Executive Review Committee if you do that.
I'll send you some lines, mate.
And I've heard really good poems coming out of Ryan as well. I mean, I think all sorts of things could happen tomorrow. Let's leave it there. All right, thank you, everyone. And apologies for when we were getting into the meat of the meeting. I overlooked to do that before the break. We are now into item 14, the Three Waters reform, and this is all about informing our feedback or our response to government. And let me just say from the outset, I appreciate all the feedback that's come in most recently through the workshops earlier that Andrew will talk about. More recently, I think there is a lot of commonality in what we're talking about today, and I believe this council can land on a position which we can all share in terms of going to the next point in the process. Andrew, hope I didn't steal your thunder or anything.
No, not at all. Thank you very much. Look, I've written some notes for this introduction, so with your leave, I'll just work through those systematically, because I think it's really important just to take a step back and just remind ourselves what the initial driver was for the water reform, and that was a water contamination issue in Havelock North, which led to widespread illness and some fatalities. That in turn triggered a two-stage government inquiry. The first focused on identifying the direct causes of that outbreak, and the second I examined the wider regulatory context and made recommendations to reduce the likelihood of such an outbreak happening again. This ground zero has led to subsequent focus on drinking water and council supply as being the single biggest issue driving the reform, but that's not necessarily the case. And certainly that inquiry found systemic failure of water suppliers to meet the high standards required for safe supply of drinking water to the public. In around middle of 2017, a Three Waters review, in parallel to that inquiry, raised further questions around how effective the existing regulatory framework was and about the capability and sustainability of New Zealand's water providers. The government indicated that fundamental change was needed, and it wasn't just about drinking water. It was about a total overhaul of systems and compliance mechanisms that underpin all three water services. That led to the current three pillars of the reform that the government's promoting. So the three are a regulation, so that's the Water Services Bill, and that had its third reading in Parliament this week and has gone through, as I understand, and sitting with the Governor-General for royal ascension. And the second is the establishment of a regulatory body. That Act passed in July 2020 and resulted in the establishment of Te Mara Arowai, which is the new water regulator to implement these regulations. It takes over from the Ministry of Health as a drinking water regulator following commencement of the Water Services Bill. And the third limb of the reform is the service delivery component, which is the part that's subject to the report today. And that's the proposal to aggregate 67 different councils into 4 regional entities to manage most of the drinking water, wastewater and stormwater services across New Zealand. The status quo is already changing as a result of the introduction of Te Mara Arowai, and there's an increased focus as well from regional councils. The compliance, monitoring and enforcement of health and environmental quality standards is going to increase for the three water services. Just yesterday we went through to have a look at some of the new and emerging regulatory frameworks for Three Waters that haven't yet quite landed, and there are 20 new frameworks alone coming into the Three Water space. So the bar is about to go up quite significantly. The creation of water entities is not the actual driver of the cost. The costs are going up regardless of whether there's a reform or not. And some form of reform is needed to manage the way we deliver these services going forward.
I just thought it was also then just helpful just to reflect on what we've done as a city. So in August last year, Council unanimously agreed to join a first phase of the reform. And what that meant is Council committed to engaging and working with government and other councils to explore a reform. Participation gave us access to $17.46 million in government funding, and that was for new water, wastewater and stormwater initiatives across the city, and that's been reported consistently to the IO committee since that was established. At the same time, a political reference group was established to provide direction to staff through the first phase of that reform program. And that group was later expanded by council and included addition of Mungai Norm Hill, and more recently I think all elected members have been invited to those reference group meetings. The team, HCC also established a staff working group, and that's been in place since early 2001, and there's been quite a number of meetings of the political reference group since April this year as we've worked through. I think I've counted around 8 reference group meetings in total, which has helped inform some of our feedback that we've already provided to date and the attachment to this report. More recently, again, in July, government announced a package of reform proposals and a financial support package, and government and LGNZ agreed councils could take a pause and consider the impact of the reforms and have an opportunity to provide feedback over an 8-week period. So this report is about that feedback, and that feedback is due tomorrow. No formal decisions regarding the reform are expected or sought in this period by government. So I do note that the matters contained in the staff report and the feedback document are based on quite a wide range of views from elected members and the feedback received. However, the draft feedback document is not a yes-no question. This is simply around providing feedback for the next phase. And in discussions with Minister last night, she has indicated that it will take 3 years of transition to work through these issues that are raised through this feedback process. So look, I'm happy to hand back to the chair at this point.
Thank you very much. So I guess just starting off with a very basic process question, Andrew. What we've got in this report is effectively a draft position, not that we want to rework commas and words all through the whole document, but there is room to adjust weighting and commentary, right?
Absolutely. The feedback is a council or elected member document. It's not a staff document, so we can accommodate.
And I'm presuming that cover letter would be signed off by me on behalf of the council following whatever democratic process occurs today?
Correct, and that cover letter is also able to be amended if that's the wish of elected members.
That's right. And so in respect to some of the thoughts that are already captured as in the draft as it is, those were all gathered over those many workshops that council and other forms of feedback from this council. So they represent, as you say, a wide range of views from within the councillors, is that correct? But they don't need to necessarily stay there, all of them. No, so it does represent the feedback today, but this meeting is the decision-making meeting, so we can still make amendments today. Perfect. So councillors in that, we'll take a lot of questions. We'll work through as much as we can. And at some stage, we'll take a lunch break, and that would be the time. I don't really want, you can imagine how difficult it would be at the last thing in the afternoon for us to start putting in words or sentences into a report like this, all these number of people. But we are open and receptive to the feedback. So there will be a break. Can I just in process, sign off what I think may be a fair response to the issue around motions? Can I do that so we're on the same page? So it's unusual, but I believe that I'm within my right to allow for both motions. I don't really want to get into an argument about who spoke first, who pressed the button first, who's got in first. We want to be collaborative and collegial here, right? So I will allow both movers of the motion, which is Rob's just in terms of timing, but also of the amendment, which is yours, to have a right of reply. I believe I can do that. But, yes, so we need to resolve that. And that will... So I need to suspend the standing orders around that element, but I think that seems like a reasonable solution. So I will propose to suspend the standing orders to allow for, in that part of the final debate, to allow the mover and movers of amendments to have right of reply. Is that what I do, Becca? Is that what I do? Am I correct?
Yeah, so just state which.
Yeah, so I've moved,
Yeah, just state which standing order it is on the piece of paper I gave you.
which one did you give? No, which one?
Down the back of that, I think.
Is it? Oh, okay. I'm suspending standing order 22.9 on right of reply. Thanks, Ewan. And I'll move, seconded by Deputy Mayor Taylor. All in favour, please raise your hand. Right, sorted. Thank you so much.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, excellent. Right, now we're into questions, and because I think there might be many, many questions, let's bring your you laughing. So let us, if it's just to our fairness for time at the moment, can I ask that you bring your 2 to 3 top questions and we'll work it round. If we have to come back to you because things arise in the discussion, I will. But let's just give everyone a fair first round of their most important questions. All right? That's how I intend to go. Oh, what's happening? Okay, so I believe, and I'll try and keep an eye on the Zoomers too. I believe, Deputy Mayor Taylor, you're the first for your questions.
I'm sorry, that was me trying to get in first with my motion, trying to nudge Rob out of the way. So that's what that was. Yeah, okay. So I was just signalling that I have a motion seconded by Councillor Wilson.
All right, thank you. Councillor Pascoe, you're the first for questions then.
Okay.
You're going to have to help me because I've got my reading glasses too.
Okay, I'll do my first my 2 top questions and then come back if the others haven't been asked. The Minister continues to tell us that this has been a 4-year consultation process. I may have been asleep for 3.5 years of that, but I have not been aware that the Minister or the Government or the DIA have been actively pursuing a consultative process with us or with our communities. And the best I can see is that this would have started around December of last year when the Cabinet Papers, the dating of the Cabinet Papers. Am I correct with that?
In terms of a formal engagement with this council, yes, the first formal contact was the 3 contracts, I'll call them, the MOU, Service Delivery Agreement, and delivery plan associated with the $17.46 million.
That was that stimulus program?
The stimulus program.
Yep.
I can't remember the exact period, but it was around the middle of last year.
Okay.
But are you talking about when government started conversing about reform?
The Minister has said publicly a number of times, she said it on a Q&A program, and I think she hinted at it last night, that this is not new. This is something I've been advocating for the last 4 years. And I'm just...
So local government in New Zealand and government have been talking for how long in this space? Through the membership?
There is steering committee minutes on the website going back to June 2020.
Yeah.
So the Minister may well have been talking for a number of years, but in terms of just the fact is that the first formal contact with this council and other councils from government DIA was as part of that stimulus funding last year.
Right.
There may well have been discussions prior to that.
Okay.
I'm not personally aware of them though, but
Okay.
may well have been.
So it's the distinction you're making between a formal proposal?
Well, no.
Because water reform's been on the agenda since 2014, when the local government put their first discussion document to the government, which wasn't Labour, it was national at that point. Well, that's correct, isn't it? That's when the conversations first started about reform in general?
Yes, that's right. So I know there were discussions about reform over a number of years, going right back to the trigger, which was the Havelock North scenario. So there have been discussions, but I'm just drawing a distinction between discussions versus a formal contact.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get that in some context. Just in terms of, and a number of us, including myself, have been to some of the sessions that the DIA have run, whether they've been through Zone 2 meetings or the one that was in March back in Rotorua. In terms of your interaction, Stephen and Andrew, with the DIA, do you think that the DIA, I mean, all this work that's gone into this report, are the DIA open to consider and to recommend changes to government? And if I add a byline onto that, do you think if they are, is the government open to, has the government got a real appetite to want to work on changes that we are proposing on behalf of our communities?
So an opinion is, I think they are. And that's the point of providing some feedback. They've asked for feedback, and a number of us were on a phone call last night with the Minister, where she very strongly indicated a willingness to look at some of the big issues. So, based on that commentary, I think the request is genuine, and the request for feedback is genuine.
Do you think your feedback could more strongly emphasise the government to look at alternative models rather than the model that has been proposed, the single model from the 30-odd that they looked at?
The feedback from this council is unconstrained, so absolutely, if you wish to modify the feedback to reflect that exact point, we certainly can. We've brought the feedback document as a Word version, so we can edit it in breaks and bring a refreshed version back, depending on the views of council.
Okay. Neither of the two motions really focus greatly on that specific point, but perhaps I'll just work on that over the next, while the other questions are being asked.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Paula. Andrew, thank you. Could I just refer to page 314 and item 14 and opt-in, opt-out? There has been a lot said about what today isn't about. They've said that this isn't about opting in or out. I'm drawn to this particular paragraph in what will be the feedback sent to government. Is that correct?
This is, yes, you're quite correct. This is the feedback.
So a paragraph is headed helpfully, opt-in, opt-out model. Page 314.
Thank you.
And I think it would be, let me read it because I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
We understand the government favours a model with deemed participation by councils who could choose to opt out. Should reform proceed as indicated, Council's current draft position is the government should remove the opt-out option and make participation mandatory.
And your question, please.
So my question is, in light of the fact that in fact in the draft document that makes up our feedback, we are giving, we're expressing a wish that the Minister removes the right of councils to opt out. My question is, does that not in fact make today's decision a decision of opting in or out? That's the first part of the question. The second part of the question, where is that mandate? Where did you source from elected members that position?
Thank you.
So I'll take the second question first. So the mandate has come from the two previous council meetings on the water reform. So that you'll recall there were two documents approved by this council to go to LGNZ. I just have to dig out the dates of those meetings, but they're the two most...
June was the first one.
And August was the second one. And so the content of this document has been informed by the content of those letters. But from a staff perspective, we can change this because this feedback document is council's feedback document. It's not staff. So when I introduced, there are such a wide range of views. It has been difficult in part to find a balance that represents all needs. So we can easily change this document, and that's the offer I've made with having the document on Word version to edit it in the break, if that's the wish of council.
So in your opinion, is it possible a reasonable person, having read this document, could have interpreted that the decision being made today, in fact, at the heart of that decision is an instruction to government to mandate removing the right of councils to opt out?
That could be an interpretation.
Thank you. My next question is in regards to...
That is at a future state though, isn't it? Not today.
Correct, yes.
Right, thank you.
My next question relates to National Policy Statement, Urban Development. And it relates to the mandate from government to, in light of a housing crisis, to enable, through our district plan, housing intensification. What it does not permit, the NPSUD does not permit that council cannot use as an excuse for not intensifying growth in the city is the issue of the lack of infrastructure.
So the question...
My question is this. The proposal envisages the removal of the critical Three Waters component.
Please frame this as a question.
I am. Away from council control. How clear are you in the current proposal? Is Entity B going to be able to prioritise the growth interests of 22 separate councils and those said councils' obligation to meet the requirements under the NPS?
Okay, the question is...
And that's the first question. The second, because I'd love to hear that, the second limb to that question is, in light of the fact that the new regulatory body has yet to complete its analysis as to the state of every council's water quality, how could the new entity prioritise it if, in fact, they haven't shown you the matrix of which they're going to base that prioritisation on?
Okay, we'll answer the question. I just need to ask you respectfully, Ewan, just to condense those into questions and not use preamble to make your point. You will have full debate time to make a point, but we need to move through everyone's questions. Andrew.
I might have to seek a clarification at a point and pull me in if I wonder, because there's a lot in that. So part of the feedback that we're sending is a very strong message around in alignment with the councils and placemaking and community, because the feedback's currently identifies it as one of the major gaps. And our advice in this feedback is that needs to be addressed should the government proceed with the reform, because the control and mechanism for councils to have certainty around directiveness with the future entity is not adequately or robustly identified in the proposal, so it needs a lot of work. Just in terms of how would an entity balance the individual wishes of 22 councils, there's no solution to that on the table that I'm aware of, apart from the proposed RM reforms, which will include the requirement for spatial planning. So I suspect, and I don't know, I might have to defer to others if we want to tease this out further, but I suspect through that legislation it's less about 22 councils and more about, in the case of Entity B, more about 2.5 regional views on spatial planning, of which Hamilton will have its component, like we do with the Metro Spatial Plan at the moment under Future Proof. So have more of a regional voice. So there is a need to structure that interface a lot better in terms of this government proposal. So have I answered all your questions?
Last question, I'll make it brief. The MPSUD already obligates this council to reflect in our new district plan high density. The RMA legislation could be years away, so our obligation is already clear under our district plan process that we have to intensify. Moving our assets to Entity B, does that not then remove our ability as a council to control the timing and the funding of our own infrastructure that we're obligated to undertake because of MPSUD obligation?
And that is exactly the strengthening that we would need strengthening in this government proposal to address that very issue. And that's what we've attempted to put into the feedback document. So at the top end, the governance arrangements need to be reconsidered in light of your question and the ability to be directive. And also in this proposal, if you can imagine the organisation at the lower level, the organisation we're suggesting should have annual plans, LTPs, asset management plans like a council currently does, and there needs to be a strengthening of an obligation on the entity to not just consult with the council, but agree with the council. And so what that does is it deals with a lot of those community aspirations around placemaking creation. It also deals with a lot of level of service matters, i.e. meters or introduction of fluoride, etc. It sets up a structure where you can have certainty around that community engagement on a range of matters, including the growth matter. And it is a gap in the proposal that certainly needs strengthening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ewan. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. I want to focus on the governance issues. I was particularly looking at top page 315, Andrew and Stephen. 315, the one after the one that Ewan was on. There are a couple of principles listed there, but no details, examples, alternate model information. And I know, because I did that, but I wasn't the only one, I think, sent some stuff through, so which didn't seem, as an example, not as a detail, but this is how one way you could do it, sort of thing, as being any objection to including stuff like that. So I'm sort of wondering why it wasn't. And I sort of background that question to make the point that it seems to be some quite widespread agreement, no matter what your view on the reforms, that if they're to go ahead, the governance governance and perhaps the transition period are key sticking points that might be wide agreement on. So I'm wondering why we haven't sort of, if you like, beefed that up a lot more than just covering off 3 or 4 principles.
We have. So, and we can go much further than what's in the document. So the section you're reading from, which is page 315 under the heading governance, that's simply the principles, but the substantive feedback on governance is on page 317 in paragraph 38, where we've drafted a potential solution that breaks it down into a number of considerations. And the intent was to capture all of the feedback from elected members. But again, we're very happy to edit or change that or strengthen it if that's the wish.
Yeah, I did see that. I suppose I'm thinking DIA getting hundreds of submissions in, especially 60 odd from councils. They're going to look at the headline stuff. So I'm wondering, yeah. So it might be just the order of putting things up, if you like, and it's not really covered that much in the covering letter either, and in those. I'm just trying to find the page where you got the table of whether it could be covered a bit more in those. What's that? Sorry, I'm looking. Governance needs work. That's the sort of first thing we could see. It needs a lot more than work. I think we're pretty much all agreed on that. Without the right sort of work, you're not going to get support probably from any council around this table. Let alone a large section of the community. So I'm not saying you're wrong in what you put in here. Maybe it's the way it's coming across to me is perhaps what I'm asking about.
Very happy to make edits, or if it's just formatting, very happy to make those recommendations around potential solutions throughout the document, just pop out.
Yeah, at least one or two to show that there's some thinking in detail behind what we're the big picture statement.
Yep.
So that's the one point. The second one, Mayor Paula, was just in relation to the same question, same bit on page 314 that Ewan asked about. In that opt-in, opt-out model segment, it's got 4 sentences. The second sentence, I think, is the one that Ewan has said is offending the most, or that should reform proceed as indicate the government should remove the opt-out option and make participation mandatory. So the question to you, Andrew and Stephen, is if we remove that sentence but left the other things in there which sort of talk about the advantage of everyone being in without saying, and if an opt-out option remains, you should be able to do so if you meet this and that requirement, whether leaving that in there is a more flexible way of putting exactly the same argument without sort of putting the bald statement should be mandatory.
We can.
Would that change the meaning of it much if you? It's a council-owned document, so I'm very happy to strike out the make participation mandatory section if that's the view. I know you're happy to do that because you're a staff member, but do you think it would change the meaning of that segment much, given the other bits that were left in there?
Ultimately, can I just ask a question, Dave, at the back of that? So ultimately, that clause is in there by saying if we do go down the road of reform, the biggest gains are achieved through having everyone all in.
That's right.
So it's a conditional on if we go through with the reform. So
but
you can quite easily, getting to your point, Dave, sorry, you can quite easily remove that comment and highlight the value of all being in if we're going to go down that track without actually suggesting that the opt-out is removed or not. So one way or another, you get the message across.
Yep.
And what you're talking about is not giving any weighting to the opt-out term within this, as in we're supporting it or not.
Yeah. That's why we have you translating for politicians.
Yeah, my next role, I'm going to be a taxi driver.
Yeah, thanks. I find that very useful. Just not going to take your next question off you, but just from staff, as I've said, if we can capture any small adjustments that might legitimately get us all across the line, we will then at some stage have a lunch break, and that will be the time to give you a decent amount of time. Sorry, that means you don't get very much of a lunchtime yourself.
Yeah.
But that's how I propose to do it rather than try. So anyway, question.
Yeah, well, the only point I'm trying to make there is
it was
I
clear,
think it's a strong point that it's better for everyone to be in without necessarily having to whack them over the head with that.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's me.
That's helpful. I am getting around everyone. I can see that Mark's next. Then I'm going to go to Sarah because she hasn't got one of these mics, and then Ryan. Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Andrew, I was interested in your introduction. You mentioned Taumata Arawai and about 20 different things they've already come flying out of the gate with.
About to, not already.
About to. What, can you give us some specifics on what they are?
Absolutely.
Not all of them, but.
I will, I'll keep that in mind.
So there's been I'm going to bore you, sorry.
Bore me away.
There's been a review of the Fire Services Act, and that review was recently completed in July. That's going to direct the design and operational requirements for firefighting provision. So that leads directly to potable water services and pipes in the ground.
Sorry, pet peeve I have is being on a
I'm just going to now, so that's a taster. And then there's a whole lot of stuff around the Water Services Bill that's coming out. There's RM reform directives coming out. I've got a list I can share with you in the break. There's things in the Civil Defence Act, there's national policy statements, so not just freshwater, but there's the Urban Development Policy Statement, the Indigenous Biodiversity Policy Statement, the Highly Productive Land Policy Statement, Air Quality Policy Statements. There's sources of drinking water in terms of national environmental standards, management of wetlands standards, discharge to air greenhouse gas standards. There's a lot.
Yeah, no, that's good.
There's a lot.
No, I get that. So, would pausing this be helpful in that respect? Like, could our council actually meet those anyway?
Sorry, could our council do what?
Could our council meet those without having to submit its water facilities to a 22 council plus iwi entity?
It's a question of funding prioritisation
Yep.
in an LTP, essentially.
Right.
But all I'm saying is the costs of providing the three water services are going to increase significantly.
Oh, yeah, no one's denying that. Yeah, okay, thank you. My other question was around feedback. The Minister, in that call you referred to last night, made it pretty clear that pausing, despite the fact that a lot of councils had asked for that, was off the table. Is that what you took from that last night? Your words were, there's nothing to be gained by pausing.
Those are the words that I heard, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Did this process formally ask for community feedback?
No, there wasn't time. So there was an 8-week period, which was quite compressed, and there was no requirement in the instruction for public consultation. We, as a council, had probably not the right term, a passive opportunity for people to provide comment and feedback from the community. But there hasn't been the time and noise. It's been designed as a public consultation process.
Yeah. Just to help that, we did see a paragraph coming out of government as to what this 8 week was for. I had it here before. Do you have that? Because I think that was really useful.
Did that include?
Maybe they're coming.
Yeah.
So I will do.
But just,
Yeah,
that might answer your question.
I'd be keen on some clarity.
There was a statement, don't need to bring it now, we can come to it, but I think
Yeah.
there was a clear statement about what the intention of the 8 weeks was, and I can't remember, I can't find it here now.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
And then there was that legal opinion.
He's
as
good,
well.
this guy.
Yeah. Do you want to look that up and come back?
He's got it right here,
Oh.
right here. So, and I'll just read because it's easier. So from now till 1 October, this is from LGNZ. DIA and LGNZ in the guidance document for this 8-week period. From now till 1 October, Council should carry out analysis to understand the potential impact of the reform by taking these steps. And I'll paraphrase these. One was understand key features of the proposal and how it's intended to work. 2, apply the proposed model to your circumstances and consider impacts on your community for today and for the future. We suggest 30-year horizon. 3, consider the model holistically in terms of service, funding, financing, workforce capability, social, cultural, environmental, economic well-being. And then 4 was using the Taituara pro forma report framework, report back through to your council. We didn't follow that framework, by the way. We've prepared our own report based on the feedback from elected members. So that was the task that was set.
Right, so there's no specific directive to go out to the community.
No.
Thank you. And last question in this round, if I might, Mayor Paula.
No
and that is, the other councils have already fed back. What's the general nature of the other councils so far?
So I am not party to the feedback from other councils, so I, like you, only hear what I read in the media. My observation is that the matters our council has identified in the feedback document, the 4, I like to call them the 4 big rocks, Oh, they are very consistent across most councils in New Zealand. That would be my observation. There's some nuances, which I think
Government's timing scale.
We have been through the CCO journey, and a few other councils have, so there's some other nuances, but in terms of the four big things that are in our feedback document, I think they appear to be quite aligned with most other councils in New Zealand.
Okay.
The owning position from other councils tends to change. It could be we oppose the reform because of the following, or we support the reform subject to the following, but the following matters are generally consistent across the country.
Thanks. I think you've hit the nub of the day actually on that. Thank you.
Okay, Sarah next.
Cool. Thank you. Andrew, I was just thinking in terms of removing the paragraph where it talks about it needing to not have that opt-out option, could we, but also elsewhere talking about the importance of there being a cohesive kind of approach, and I'm wondering if because I'd like to see us remove that particular paragraph, but when we talk about the importance of having everyone on board, we could actually emphasise that's why it's so important. We need a collaborative approach with local government and central government to find a model that works, and then it's actually putting it in a more positive frame that we need to work together to find a suitable model that we can accept and that our community accept. Thank you. And the other, I might have to think about it more, but I'm just wondering if where in here would be the best place to just emphasise more the need for that to work together with them on an acceptable model, because I do feel like it gets a little bit lost in all of our detailed feedback.
So your question to staff
In our feedback,
ways in where we could...
just to look at a way to kind of really strongly say we want to work together with you on a model that we can accept. But
so Andrew, can that be factored in somewhere? I'm not asking you how now, but
no, we can do that in the break.
Can I ask elected members? Paragraph 14, I think, reflects what has just been said by Councillor Dave and
not in the
Councillor
cover
Sarah.
letter, but in the potential solution letter.
Yeah, unfortunately, the page break and everything makes it disappear.
Yeah.
But I think that's the intent.
Okay,
That's
so
what's being asked.
in
We
the
just need
break,
to-
let's look at feedback and make sure. But what you're saying, that some change could happen there, so that's fine.
Yes.
Thanks, Sarah. Do you mind if I move on to Ryan? Ryan.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Just if I could, a question of the mover of the motion first, just because I want to understand that we don't lose anything depending on where this goes in debate. With your motion, do you still support this letter with all the feedback going to government, or are you saying no feedback?
Yes, no, we do support both the feedback going with alterations and the cover letter going, but with alterations.
Okay, thank you.
And we've suggested the alterations in the motion.
Yeah, thank you. Steve, with the question, and it came out, I guess, in possibly Ewan's questions earlier, why has the government gone with water first, or to Andrew, sorry, rather than completed LGA or local government reforms or RMA reforms? Why have they chosen this as the...
I'm not sure I can answer that question, sorry.
The closest I can give a response on that is from the chair of the Local Government Commission, the Future Local Government Review, who said that basically waters are seen as having the greatest need of reform, and it was urgent given some of the health issues that have been experienced in parts of the country.
Okay, thank you. I wonder also, Andrew, perhaps if I've missed it in the letter, or Andrew and Steve, come up again with some of Ewan's questions around NPSUD. Are we a little bit silent perhaps on how, because we're working on HUGs at the moment in terms of out-of-sequence growth and how we might prioritise infrastructure funding. Have we got the opportunity to build into that document the opportunity to say greater understanding for us as a council how funding might be applied, or how it might knit into both our HUGs, our metrospatial, our, all that developer demand?
We can strengthen that. Yes, we certainly can. I can add that to the list of tasks in the break.
The current
Thanks.
paragraphs are around 45, 46.
I'm going to shoot there quickly.
Page 318.
It can be, we're going to have a
Oh,
look
yeah,
at-
you do mention hugs. Yep, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, perhaps we could just strengthen that with regard to the NPSUD and the infrastructure deficit. And it'll flow into this question, perhaps, Andrew. I understand we saw a slide yesterday in infrastructure that we're looking at, in our own 10-year plan, we're already 400 million underfunded for Three Waters infrastructure.
Correct.
So how do you see these reforms helping us in that funding shortfall? And this is before we apply NPSUD demand onto that.
That's correct. And the other demand that isn't applied is the cost of the compliance challenges we just talked about as well. So they're missing from that 400 million deficit in the LTP. So at the heart of it, the model the government is proposing is through aggregation comes scale, comes procurement efficiencies, and also increased debt to revenue ratio. So for the entity B, I think it's 800% debt to revenue ratio that's is proposed. So through a suite of efficiencies and access to more funding is the government proposal in terms of how you would rise to that challenge, because other councils not only have the challenges you've identified, but they've also got non-compliant waters infrastructure challenges as well. So they all resolve to money in some form. And so essentially the structure is set up to be more efficient than a council could ordinarily be simply through the scale, and have improved access to debt and financing.
Okay, so I guess the efficiency question is a big question mark at the moment for all of us, but the real blatant thing you're suggesting is that it's the debt capacity that would enable a lot of this infrastructure deficit.
We don't have the debt capacity to fund everything that is coming towards us, some of which we can't quantify at the moment. It was quantified by WICS and DIA in the dashboard analysis that we saw, which would indicate a doubling of the water rates.
Okay, two quick questions. A follow-up to that. So we get the infrastructure funded. It's still debt funded. Who pays for it? Isn't it still going to land on the development community or ratepayers?
The costs always end up back with the community under any scenario, under business as usual or the future state. With or without reform, there's only one party bears the cost. It does, whether that community is the development community or the ratepayer community, that's where costs ultimately will land. And so, and I'm not wanting to advocate for reform, but the proposal the government's saying is that that rate of increase will be moderated under an aggregated model, and hence that's the core of the proposition, I think.
Through efficiency.
Okay, and final question. Obviously, I asked Minister Mahuta last night why they didn't give us multiple options up front, why they just went straight to this end result, and she said because government would have to underwrite, I guess, a second tier option. But aren't they, to a large extent, going to be underwriting this anyway? And wouldn't that be more of a sort of a scaled up or palatable launching approach?
I think you're right. There is an element of underwrite. But it's a bullet payment underwrite as part of the Better Off package. So Stephen might correct me. I think it's about $1 billion the government's putting on the table, but it's a fixed payment under the current proposal, not an enduring underwrite arrangement. But this is the proposal they've put forward.
So just on that, the $1 billion underwrite, could they not have done that with a scaled up approach?
Anything is possible. The challenge we've got as staff is only this proposal's being released. We haven't seen the other proposals, so it's very difficult to make a comment around what's possible or what's not under other arrangements.
Final comment, and I don't know if Rob might have touched on it in his comment. Could we, or have we in our response said, could we have more understanding around options and scenarios around different models that might be more palatable in terms of sequencing?
Sorry, that paragraph 14 is where it is intended to be. and its extent. I mean, you talk about the government contribution, and there's no information to explain why the government can't contribute more. That would be something.
Okay,
I'd be seeking.
my question would be, I appreciate you've got company models there like a CCO, and I know Rob's talked about the shareholding from that may drop out a better governance or democratic representation, but could we strengthen that around not just like like regional models? It's a bit silent on regional models, like so that we could potentially land on something that it's not such a big jump all in one hoop.
Yep. Yes, we
Okay,
can.
so we need to move on. Actually, that was many more than 2 or 3 questions, but they were very succinct, so I appreciate that. I have a couple of, and we will go round. We'll go round till you feel you have had your question satisfactorily answered. I've got a couple of questions, if I might. One of the biggest concerns raised in the community in recent days and recent weeks has been about the privatisation of the water industry. And I share those concerns. Can you talk through us the provisions government have for preventing privatisation, and if our own submission is sufficiently strong on our views about privatisation, please?
So the first question, which is around, does this reform make privatisation easier? So we've thought about this long. So the simple answer is no. The current proposal would actually make privatisation more difficult than that option is right now under council ownership.
These are all seconds.
More difficult. So there's a number of safeguards in the reform around privatisation. So it's not to say privatisation's prohibited or impossible, but the bar is certainly higher for privatisation under the current proposal. And I can go through some of that detail if you wish, but that's the simple answer to the question.
And do you think that we make it quite clear in our feedback to government that we are opposed to any form of privatisation? Do we do that strong enough, in your opinion, or is there a way to strengthen that?
We haven't spoken to it.
Can we speak to that?
We certainly can.
Thank you. My other question is, we heard from one of the speakers in the public forum, and this flows on from Ryan's questions, I believe, around exploring alternative financial methods, and I think he referred to off-balance sheet opportunities. And the Minister talked about last night why government had landed on the current financial model. What's your assessment on our ability to revisit this, the model that's proposed versus other financial models that include what that gentleman was referring to, which is some other form of off-balance sheet assistance? I know it's a complex issue.
Yeah, and that's, we're not resourced to do all this. This is the government's reform. They should be doing this for us. And that's, again, I go back to paragraph 14, and have we got the strength in that we want? Because, I've said there, central government and local government must come together and share knowledge and experience and wholly redesign the government structure. This requires a review involving specialists who undertake the need to balance these matters. And also talked about the current structure is heavily weighted to financial benefits and cultural benefits with no consideration of social benefits. And local government is a social construct, and there's little consideration of that. And that's why the sector has come up with its views about governance not being good enough.
Oh. Yeah, and interesting, some people have described the 58 million as a sweetener, but the government's intention, I think, was to provide for our ability to do those other wellbeings, or have I got that wrong?
No comment.
No comment? All right, excellent. What was the question? Government's intention was to... That's pretty succinct. That's pretty succinct for me, Ewan. I'm pretty succinct. I know you are. I was just going to say, that's pretty succinct for me, isn't it, Ryan? It is, really. Last one, the Cranley report, the Cranley opportunity, the CCO way back I've been around, so I'll just go back to this. Can you confirm for me, my recollection is that we paid nearly 700,000 or $500,000 something to pay for those reports and go through that process. Hamilton City Council, I know the Regional Council paid some too when I was there. What were the estimated cost savings? Were they around about 170 million over the 10-year period, or for the Cranley report?
Stated in 26 years.
I thought, yeah.
28 years, I think it was.
28 years in total.
Yeah, I saw the
$468 million
That's a
for
better.
all three councils.
Yeah, that's what I've got, the
Yep.
468 of 28. I just wondered what it was over, say, the lifetime of an LTP, more closer. I just wondered, and because Nanaya, Minister Mahuta, apologies, referred to that in her conversation yesterday. We all know what happened there. But what likelihood, with the way that we work in the central North Island with, say, future-proof, good relationship with the Bay of Plenty, what possibility is there of working through a CCO that will actually stand up and not politically fall down?
That's a real difficult question for our staff to answer.
No, I'm sorry.
All I can say from my perspective is we've got a number of positive frameworks in place, future-proof, the Metro Spatial Plan, and constantly improving relations between three of the sub-regional partners. So I'd say it's better than it was when we first did the CCO, but however, I can't make any comments about what the political will of each council is.
Okay. But we have got, just in terms of future opportunities, in working with the government to inform a new thing, a new, proposal, we have got the opportunity to inform some of that scale, geography, that kind of thing. All of that stuff is not dry paint, it's still wet paint, is that right?
That's right. That's exactly what we're seeking through our request to work with the government on the next phase of the reform and engage directly.
All right, thank you. That's a couple of
If
questions.
I just made, just in terms of the CCO figures, so it was actually, we paid half of the CCO investigation costs. They were about $1.6 million. The Cranley report was about 650K of that. And I've just pulled up the document. So across the three councils, the 10-year combined savings was 107 million, and the 28-year combined savings was 468 million under that proposal for a CCO.
107 million between Waipā, Waikato and ourselves. And that fell down because Waikato didn't opt into it. And we would have owned those assets, right? Council-controlled organisation. All right, thank you.
Yeah, there's
Sorry,
a lot.
Waipā.
Absolutely.
Because, and then Waikato went to Wurake. However, thank you. Going around the questions again, so I am doing my very best to get them in correct order, so please stick with me. Jeff, you were next.
Thanks, Paula. Just want to ask you about consultation. Andrew, you talked about how the government and LGNZ didn't require us to consult, but you also said that we didn't have time to consult. I just want to challenge that assumption. How long did we actually have, in your view?
Well,
you mentioned 8 weeks, I think.
It was 8 weeks, but I can't recall the exact dates, but it took some time to come to council. Even the writing of this report was finalised 2 weeks ago, so the practical working number of weeks was a lot less than the 8 weeks, just from an administrative perspective and getting things done. And we had no mandate from this council either at the time or the budget to embark on a proactive engagement program. And I don't, the directive from the political working group though was to have an engagement arrangement in place, which was what was set up through the council webpage.
Okay, but that's a different thing from saying we haven't got time to consult.
Well,
I mean, 8 weeks, all right, well, have we ever consulted with the community as a council in an 8-week period before?
I think that's unfair to put to Andrew. We'll ask Richard to respond to that one, please.
The time to develop the program to reach across the whole city and work within the 8 weeks, including the delivery of the results and the compilation, is very tight.
And probably further to that, it's the nature of what we've been asked to respond with as well. So, and taking on board the comments that have been made by a number of elected members in respect of optionality of what different options could look like, effectively what we were doing is preparing a feedback document. And it's not often that we submit or that we will provide go out and consult on feedback for a document. We will consult on plans. I guess the challenge, Andrew, and you can answer this, is what is the window going forward? Should we have not done enough now?
Well, sorry, I've not quite finished my train, and I'd like to just continue if I could. Are you aware that other councils around the country did consult with their community during this limited time frame?
I understand there were some that did consult. I couldn't tell you who they were, but there were
some councils found it possible to.
Well, I would say to consult you need a clear proposal, and I'm not sure that what we've got from DIA would meet the test for a clear proposal.
Okay, well, you're providing a bit of commentary here. Other councils around the country did consult. Is it not true that Waimakariri consulted hard out for 3 weeks? Do you know how many submissions they received?
Those are leading questions.
Well, it's a question. 3,800 is the answer to that.
They're unreasonable to ask questions.
I disagree. I actually think
staff.
Andrew is providing commentary rather than answers to the questions,
I think you are
Mayor
too,
Paula.
but can we
I'm
just
needing to.
Get to the question?
I have been asking the questions, Mayor Paula.
And you don't forget, Jeff, you do have debate, and you will have free debate.
Yeah. To be fair, Andrew's a good guy, but I actually think he's weaving a bit of commentary into some of these questions, because this was about the issue of time. Was there strictly time for us to consult? Other councils have found time to do it.
Yeah. Let me answer also in the
I give up. You're obviously just going to...
No. Jeff, you will get your answer question, but I think it's unfair on staff. It's unfair on staff to pursue them with politically based questions. He did say that he isn't aware of what all other councils do. Then you proceeded to give an example. Now, I agree with you. Some other councils have opted for different ways of communicating with their public. That's a fact. We share that fact. And you obviously have some data on that. Next question?
No, I don't have any more, because forget it.
Okay, I'll come back to your question if you have any further. Councillor O'Leary hasn't spoken today, so I'm happy to take your questions, Councillor.
Thank you. I had a question around if we knew that how many other councils had consulted as well, but that can't be answered. So I just, I guess I'm sort of on page 303 of the report, and I'm just thinking, I guess, in general about the financial data. Staff, I wonder, there have been if there's been any updates on the information that the DIA website is showing, because I understand there are quite a few councils, including Waitomo District Council, that approached DIA to say that the information on their website was incorrect. My question is, do we know if the DIA has updated that information? And, let's do that one first.
The DIA hasn't updated any of that dashboard information and stated that they won't.
Financial misinformation, okay. And so, is our information, our financial information on that DIA dashboard correct?
The financial information, so the dashboard contains information that we provided in the RFI, and that information has been correctly put into the dashboard. It also contains information which they've calculated from our information, and that includes assumptions that we're unable to prove, such as the future cost of regulatory reform. So we've talked about that. And so, but the conclusions that they've come to, and it also includes the efficiency assumptions for the entity, which are key to the rates figures that are on that. And so we're not able to attest to the accuracy of that in any meaningful way.
Okay, so is it right then to assume that because some councils' financial information has not been corrected, that impacts the overall financial claims of this whole proposal?
I think they're percolating on your question.
Yeah,
Councillor.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
It's a very difficult, the reason for the pause is that the DIA's own peer reviews question the numbers.
Yeah.
In my recollection of the Farrier Swears peer review, the ultimate conclusion to that point was, but the benefits are so great, so it doesn't really matter if the numbers are not accurate. So that's why that's why the pause, and in part, you know, even for Hamilton, you know, the dashboard saying there's an $8 million stranded overhead component. Like,
Oh, that's the other dashboard.
Yeah, that's a different dashboard, sorry. Yeah. But part of our submission is that those numbers are wrong and too light, in our opinion, based on our CCO experience. So that is part of our feedback in our submission.
And a lot of my questions have been asked by other members. So just a last one for now anyway. The 58 million that the government has said Hamilton City would get, is that tagged to if we opt in only?
The answer's yes.
I think,
The wellbeing money? That's what you're talking about, the 58?
I suspect the answer is yes. I just can't recall the document where it would say that off the top of my head, but I suspect you only get the money if you're in the reform.
My recollection from the NTB meetings is that's correct, Angela.
Okay. And just on the privatisation issue, through our water governance groups, I've raised that continuously, that we should be speaking against, I think they're incredibly weak safety belts, I suppose, against privatisation. So it'd be good to have the final feedback reflect that, because that is something I keep raising. That's all for now. Thank you.
Can I just?
Oh, sorry.
Just jumping in. I've just been trying to catch up. We provide an opportunity to engage through our website and through Facebook, Andrew, and we did receive feedback from those. We also provided links to that to elected members and staff to circulate that around to people who wanted to make feedback. I'm not saying it was a robust consultation process, but it did provide an opportunity for engagement. Can you let me know what that looked like?
Yeah, I certainly can. And sorry, I didn't quite make that clear at the time we were having that discussion. So I've just been able to pull up the numbers. So we had as a council, we had 500 comments through our social media channels. We had a total number of engagements at 4,600 odd. And then there were 106 responses or communications through Have Your Say. So that's what that passive engagement looked like during the 8-week period.
I'm not trying to be difficult about this at all, because I think Jeff's question is a valid one. We also received legal opinion that we shouldn't do a formalised engagement consultation process, right, at this point, so we never ventured there.
There was...
Is that right, or am I wrong on that?
There was no... So local government New Zealand procured a legal opinion, not Hamilton City.
Okay, thank you.
And that was looking at a range of matters. It was mostly in relation to decisions to either opt in or opt out at this point in the process. And their conclusion, remember this is not advice to Hamilton City, it's to LGNZ, but their conclusion was around the heightened risk of judicial review of making those kind of decisions during the 8-week period.
So it was limited to that?
Well, that was the main thrust of that opinion that LGNZ procured. They were very clear, I'm just rereading it now as we talk, they were very clear that councillors were not required to consult. They didn't talk about electing to proactively consult.
Okay. But so, do you want to pursue your question? Because you're welcome to if you've got another question following up from that.
Is it not fair to say that not requiring a council to consult is a completely different thing from saying don't consult?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I think we all agree on that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Sarah's next.
Thank you. I am trying to recall after all of that my question. It was an excellent question. Okay, it's come back. My question is in regard to, we had one of the submitters this morning talk about waiting until after local government review to then look at reform, and they mentioned funding in particular. Acknowledging we don't have much information on these reviews yet, but do you see there being any benefit coming from the local government review in regard to funding capacity?
I don't know anything about funding capacity being created through a local government review. I just have not seen much in relation to the local government review, to be honest.
Yeah, until we see a draft report of what they're thinking about, we don't really know.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pascoe, then Councillor Maxine. It's okay.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just seeking a process question here on how we might work as a group to make changes to the present draft submission as to whether we need to put into the motions or by motion every single word change, or is there a way that we could change maybe some of the wording or the emphasis without going through a formal voting process? And I guess that needs to be done by mutual consent rather than by, unless we want to go through those steps. So I'm just looking to you, Mayor Paula, as to how you think we might do that, because I'm thinking of that, for example, that paragraph on the opt-in, opt-out, that I think there's feeling around the table that we should remove those two lines and that, but do we do it by formal motion or?
So, Your Worship, if I could add some value.
I was going to give a process.
Okay.
Do you?
No, that's fine.
So my process at this point is to have staff make a few changes in our break and identify them as such.
Okay.
If then we can't, because I think we're not that far apart.
I
However,
agree.
if it proves that we are far apart on a couple of issues, then of course we have to go into a democratic position.
Yep.
But I think potentially, did you want to say something?
Well, Your Worship, I guess our motion had been drafted very clearly. That included the motion and then reference to the attached feedback with the required changes we would want to occur. I think what we're simply signalling is we don't have much appetite to change our motion, but we have appetite to talk about the feedback letter.
Yeah, no, thank you, that's clear. Yeah.
And
I think Rob's question is, if changes are made but not everyone's on the same page about those changes, what do we do then? But let's get through that process, because I honestly believe that, this is not a day and night issue. There's not people in the day camp and the night camp. This is a day and early morning issue. Everybody, we're not that far apart, and we never have been.
Can I ask
Nearly
Andrew,
lunchtime issue.
Can I ask Andrew a question around the changes? So you're keeping track of all the changes as they're coming through. Are you expecting, Andrew, then to go at lunchtime, make all the changes to bring it back, to have ones removed potentially if people don't agree with it? That's Rob's question, and making sure we don't, A, be ineffective, then had vote them through. Are you able, before we go to lunch, we'll break, Andrew, list those changes and get some indication, even if it's not a vote, from the elected members before lunch, so at least got a little bit of weight behind the ones that are the most, or even the ones that aren't contentious at all, we push them to one side and we vote on the ones that are contentious. At least we know what to do at lunchtime.
Very helpful.
Yeah, and I guess my starting point would be in our current motion that we've circulated, we've identified clearly the concerns we have in the letter,
Yeah.
right?
And I had a conversation with Andrew before the meeting, and there's a lot that, including what's in your motion, that might well easily fall in the comfort level of everyone else. So let's see what we can get. I know you've got yours coming up, Ryan, but in the order I've got.
Sorry, I've still got a couple of other.
So I've got Mark. Let me just say so people understand. So I've got Mark, Maxine, Ryan, and. Hey, I thought you had a question. You're not? I thought I had a question. All right, so I've got Rob, Maxine, and Bunty in that order at the moment, just so you know where you're in the queue.
So both motions talk about working with government to agree on an ownership and governance model. So we are both agreed on that.
We are.
And I just wonder.
So both hands are on the steering wheel.
And I just wonder, in terms of reading the staff feedback, if we look at the discussion on ownership in paragraphs 22 and then again on paragraph 71, where I believe my reading of both those parts of the report suggests that we are giving tacit approval to the government's existing model. I just wonder if we could be a little bit stronger in paragraph 14, where we're asking for potential solution to suggest, and I think this follows on from Jeff's earlier question and some other questions, and Ryan's, around the need to look at those alternative ownership models, and whether we need to change the heading at the above paragraph 7, which says the big critical success factors, that we need to add the word ownership, governance and other reforms. Oh, sorry, this is on page 312, which then leads to the conclusion, as I see it, in paragraph 14. And in paragraph 14, whether we need to use some stronger direct words around the consideration of alternative ownership models.
Okay.
No disagreement.
Okay, staff are writing.
Sorry, can I clarify the very start of your question?
Yep.
You mentioned
I
tacit
paragraph,
support
yep.
paragraphs. Which were they?
Yeah, I mentioned page 315, paragraph 22.
Thank you.
And then you go into the detail in starting from paragraph 71 around, the financial outcomes. And to me, reading both those parts kind of suggests, okay, we're accepting the government's current model and we want some sort of payments to reflect stranded overheads and a whole bunch of other things so that we're no worse off. I just think on one hand, in paragraph 14, we're kind of suggesting alternative models, but then later on... Yeah, okay, well, I guess the question is whether or not we've got agreement for some sort of change there.
We'll know that when we'll know that when we've gone through the process.
The challenge
described.
that we have is to not support the governance structure, but if they decide to carry on, then we've got to say, well, with your structure you're proposing, these things need fixing. And so it's a challenge of doing that without taking away from that really, those big issues at the top.
Okay, so let's see what...
I understand some challenges on that. My very last question, Mayor Paula, which is a question.
Thank you.
In the Wix, where have I written that? And this is a follow-on from Angela's question. The peer review by the peer review on the Wix figures, which of course are on our dashboard. There were two firms that did that, and I know one of them was Deloitte and I think someone else. In one of the seminars I attended, it was made clear that the peer review was done on the assumptions only and not on the actual figures that came out of the report. So the fact that our costs were going to be, significantly less than under the existing model was not validated in the peer review. Is that still the case, or has something happened since then to suggest that those outcomes, those figures, which we're arguing might be inaccurate, have now been validated in those peer reviews or subsequent peer review?
I'm not aware of any peer review after the Farriers Ware.
Farriers Ware and Deloitte.
And Becker. There's
Oh,
three.
was it Becker, was it?
Yeah,
Okay.
Deloitte was the economic benefits to the GDP stuff. And that Farriers Ware report, what I do know is that Farriers Ware worked alongside Wix on a continuing basis, side by side, reviewing their work as they went. Yes, you're quite correct. They didn't confirm the result of the process, but they followed the process and the assumptions and the tools they used for coming to those conclusions.
In terms of a mathematical conclusion to that, Stephen, and I'm relying on your skills here as a chartered accountant, would you...
You've lost us now.
There is a chance that those figures may not be correct.
These figures are 30-year predictions. They will have a degree of inaccuracy to them. There are things we don't know, and Farriers Ware acknowledge that in their conclusion, that they should be reasonable for the decision-making process given the length of time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Maxine, then Mark.
Oh, look, thank you. I'm just going to take us back to the communications questions that were raised earlier, and they are really important to a number of people who have been hitting my inbox recently and to presenters today around their ability, the public ability to have some say and input into this. We've heard from, thank you Richard for raising the response, the passive response that we've made and capturing the comments and responses through Have Your Say. Can you let me know, and the public really want to know, how they're going to be able to have a voice in the process as it progresses, and at what points might they be able to express their views further? And have we captured enough in our comments on page 316?
So paragraph 7A on 312, which is one of the big four issues which might be expanded based on the comments today, has as a very first issue, the communities must have meaningful input and influence over the strategic intention. Sorry, I'm reading the wrong section. Sorry, scratch that. My apologies.
316 or what page of the...
Sorry, I've lost myself.
7, page 7 or the other?
My mistake.
Which paragraph on 316 are you I can't
Oh,
see.
316 is a heading, communications.
Oh, okay. So that's in that principal section again. I'm not
Yeah.
liking that principal section at the moment.
Yeah.
Jump into your question.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
So, Andrew, just going back to the sort of passive engagement we did.
Yep.
Can you give me a rough indication of what the engagement said? Was it all in one direction? Was it against, for, otherwise? And to support this comment about the fact that the IA hasn't necessarily been front-footing in terms of providing information, acknowledging there was some confusion, might be one issue, but also was there a definite will that, this needs to be looked at harder?
Yeah, so I would like to defer to Nigel Ward, who's on Zoom, because he's right across the nature of the feedback for the first part of the question.
I'll pause that for the time being. If Councillor Maxine wants me to continue with that question, I know I've interrupted you like I did with Jeff before.
Yeah, sure. That would be...
You can. So can you ask Nigel? Nigel?
Nigel, are you there?
Can you come alive, please, mate?
Yes, I am. My apologies for my camera not working again today, but I am here.
We appreciate it at this end.
Thank you. So, sorry, just remind me of the question.
So from the engagement we received on our website and Facebook and through social media, can you categorise any of the feedback in it thematically? Is it possible, or is it all pointing in different directions?
Broadly, it was negative, I suppose, is probably the simplest way of putting it. So on Facebook, I think it's about 90% negative in the commentary, and around about 80% negative in the commentary through the Have Your Say portal. But by far and away, the biggest finding of the feedback was significant misunderstandings in the community around aspects of the reform. Particularly some of the negative feedback being based on things that weren't actually proposed or being part of the reform. So the education side of our engagement is quite important.
Thanks, Nigel. That's really helpful, and it also comes through quite clear in the emails that I've had about it as well. I wonder, once this feedback process is completed, what other ways are the community going to have to engage in the ongoing process?
Yeah, it depends on what the government decides. So in the covering letter, we've clearly flagged that we are concerned about the engagement process and the need for genuine consultation, and the need for the government to own that space because it's their reform, and we're saying this is a critical issue. So it's right up in the cover letter. I don't know what decisions government or cabinet will make once the feedback's received. So exactly what that engagement could look like or is going to look like, I don't know the answer to that question. But we're saying it's a critical issue and it needs to be addressed.
Okay.
We do know that legislation has to be passed and there'll be a select committee process for that. But as to anything else, we don't know.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Who did I have? Thank you.
And
I apologise.
call me Bunty if it's easier. Yeah, cool.
Okay.
So just reiterating the answer to Maxine's question, we have no idea whether or not what form the public feedback could take in the future. Regardless, I mean, I know we're doing what we can do, but we have no idea. Okay, thank you. Andrew, can I pick you up on a comment you made way earlier on privatisation?
Yes.
Your assumption was that I might have misheard. Forgive me if I misheard you, but you said privatisation is actually easier as it is now than it would be under the four-entity model.
Yes.
So you're saying it would be easier to get 67 different communities to agree to privatisation than it would be to get the four-entity thing tweaked. Is that what you're saying? I'm saying to get 67 separate communities to agree to privatisation than it would be to get the four entities to agree.
If one council, if an individual council was to privatise,
yeah,
that would be easier than 22
right.
councils.
So what you're saying is it would be easier.
And the two-step process that has been built into, firstly, the representative group have to agree to consult, and then there's a referendum.
Right.
And there's no requirement under law for a referendum if a council were to seek.
At this point.
At this point.
Yeah. Okay. Go on, Andrew, sorry.
No. It's just that was the explanation behind that answer I gave.
Yeah, I guess I'm looking at the overall effect. If we're looking at privatising Aotearoa's water, it would at the moment have to go through 67 different communities and have to get them to all individually say yes.
If you were to privatise the entire country,
Yeah,
under the current model.
On that question though, can I just understand that? My understanding is that the legislation specifically includes water as a strategic asset in terms
It
of...
would require legislation change, yes.
Yes, so that's the question I've got. So both avenues require a legislative change. If you're going to get a legislative change in place it will not be for Hamilton City Council alone, it'll be for all entities.
For each entity, yeah.
Yeah, so aren't they of equal weighting? That the route to achieve both outcomes is some form of reform and select committee outcome. So I would suggest I would suggest the one way or another, there's a marginal difference in level of effort required to achieve that. I just don't want to paint the picture that we're unsafe now and we're less unsafe then. What I'd like to say is, in both scenarios, there's a legislative reform that's required to achieve those outcomes. Having said that, and I'm not trying to argue one way or another, if the government's going through a legislative change, they have to include some form of privatisation protection to put it on an even keel with where we are currently at local government. So just in terms of steps of achievement...
That's where I'm heading.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm heading with it. But at the moment, they'd have to do that 67 times.
Oh, there'll be only one piece of legislation to change.
Right, okay.
It's a local government act that would change for the current arrangement.
But if I wanted to buy New Zealand Water, right, on my huge councillor salary, then I would have to go to each individual council, get legislative change, but at the moment, the point I guess I'm trying to get towards is each community would have to agree to that.
Yeah, if you wanted it all. Yes.
Right. So under the entity B, ABCD model, how would a community prevent that happening? What say would a community have?
So that's the framework that Stephen articulated, and you'd have to follow that for each of with your question, which is about all of New Zealand, you have to follow that process for each of the 4 entities as well.
For the 4 entities,
So the board recommends it to the representative group, who decide whether to accept that recommendation or not. If they accept that recommendation, then it goes to referendum. And as the Chief Executive says, there would have to be a change in legislation under the current proposal, because the entity doesn't have any shares or any mechanism to transfer ownership.
Okay.
Because the ownership of the entity, I'm going
with you. I'm with you. Carry on.
Because the ownership of the entity is in the councils.
Well,
yes.
Does that make a difference? The assets, the entity, but then that depends.
The councils, as the representatives, are making through their representatives are deciding whether to proceed with the referendum or not.
So I'm just going to make this really simple, and this is my view. I think privatisation is less likely in the current structure, because the legislation at the moment says, hey, you can't even think about it.
Yeah.
So from a starting perspective, you can't think about it, whereas in the new world, it can be thought about.
Yeah. Thank you.
But there's a high threshold.
There's a higher threshold.
75%,
yeah.
75%.
At the moment, yeah, totally.
But you're right, where does the public
Correct,
sit?
yeah, and it's the community say that I'm getting towards. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to make your brow furrow there.
Oh, no. It's because it becomes circular very quickly, because the substantive part of our feedback is the governance models need to change, which actually speaks to this issue as well.
Yeah, but should they not change?
That's right. And so the prize is to have a partnership with government going forward, if that's the nature of the feedback, to get the governance model right, because that model affects your exact line of questioning.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Maxine, yep.
I just am stuck on this communication issue, and reflecting on the call last night with Minister Mahuta, she seemed to give us the impression that there would be an ongoing 3-year conversation before potentially being implemented in 2014. And that might give community a bit more detail, and therefore the opportunity to have a further input and conversation and understanding. Is that something that's accurate? And I've heard that right?
That's what I heard also.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't comment because it's the government's reform, and that she made it very clear that any next phase would go to Cabinet for Cabinet decision, so
But
not-
we have no influence over what they do
No,
next,
that's
apart from what we heard.
correct.
So there's no guarantee. There's a key point about what can we guarantee you. We can't.
So that speaks to how we land on our feedback, right? Which we're all agreed. Eh?
But that it forms part, the time frame forms part of the proposal?
So to the time frame as it currently stands, and it could change, I'm not signalling that there will be a change, but just want to qualify that the program the government's following was set a year ago. And a lot has happened since then, including this 8-week pause, so all I'm signalling is it could change, but the timetable they've published has the entity going live on 1 July 2024, so that's where the 3 years comes from, the time from today through to that go live date.
And the legislation passed by the middle of next year.
Can I just jump in? I'm still perplexed by the communication stuff too, and I'm trying not to be the 14th councillor here, so I'll do my best. So is it fair to say, given all of the feedback that's been received around the country, going to Deputy Mayor's point, that have done some consultation, there is a need and a want for the community to be involved in this decision?
Yes.
And has that come through clearly to us in our feedback? And do we need to give it more? Because that's what I'm trying to pick up from what you're asking, that, you know, we've got feedback that, according to Nigel, is overly negative, confused in terms of what's going on, and genuinely 4,000 people wanting to make a comment from what Deputy Mayor said and Waimaka are against, that we need to make it really clear the community needs to have a say on this.
Yeah.
So
Include the structure and the underlying.
we can strengthen, because at the moment...
I think we should, because we don't want to waste too much time on this. We've heard clearly articulated by all councillors that having some robust amount of community engagement is important. When we get to the nitty gritty. So you can strengthen that, Andrew. Any other comment?
Sorry, Wilford.
No, that's all right. I do have a question.
That's a good question there on that feedback. Are we being unwise making any comments that we have sought feedback at all? And should we be keeping our powder dry for the fact that we may still want to do a formal, you know, when we make a decision as to in which direction we might go, that we then seek the appropriate formal feedback that we would do under the Local Government Act?
Yeah, I think the key words you just used there to distinguish between what we've done and what we should do is formal consultation. I don't think there's any issue with indicating that the community is really interested in this, and those that commented through social media had a view they wanted to engage and didn't like what was happening. So we believe a formal consultation built in with adequate time, robust process, with a clear set of information to make the decision more robust is critical as part of this.
Yeah, so we just need to boost what's there. We've got a clause in paragraph 13, also critical to success of the community supported for the reform. The council has not been able to consult formally. However, we have been placed in a difficult position to be informing our community due to the poor quality information. So we need to boost that section in the way that's been discussed.
I suggest it's a second order to the governance issues, to be fair.
I think there's some clarity about that we can work on over the break. Just let's go through. I do really want to make sure that we have asked all our questions. I've just got a couple. We've talked a lot earlier on when we had the many workshops that councillors were at about the rising bar around compliance and regulation, what it's going to mean for us here. Let's just put New Zealand aside for the moment. But here, in terms of the changes coming through setting higher standards, can you tell me succinctly what that means for Hamilton ratepayers, for the new look of water services that's coming our way? Because I'm right in saying, haven't we spoke yesterday at a workshop, and we've got $16.3 million worth of stormwater assets planned in the LTP, and how much freshwater, how much three-water work is in the LTP already planned for in that 4.4% rates increase, part of which we said was government compliance?
So what's in the LTP is what council knew at the time the LTP was developed. Notwithstanding that this is about $400 million of 3 water-related costs that are unfunded.
But how much have we allowed for?
And I'd have to actually go and check that figure to see what was allowed for. It is a fairly large number, but I'd have to look it up. I couldn't quote it off the top of my head, sorry.
Okay, so, because I'm just trying, so in terms of the rising bar, freshwater standards.
Yes.
Wastewater standards.
Yes.
Who even knows what stormwater standards can look like? Because we haven't seen any of the detail around that.
Yes.
In terms of the rising bar of that, this is going to mean significant increases to the ratepayer with or without reform, right?
Correct, yes.
And at the moment, we've got some of them in the LTP, and we were transparent in saying this is because of government is requiring this. We've got some of them in the LTP, but not all of them. We've got a shortfall, you're saying.
Yes, so the ones that I'm aware of that are currently missing are costs relating to national policy statements like the Urban Development Standards, so they're not there. And yes, we have costs relating to the new compliance standards at the time the LTP was developed, but from the list I had earlier with Councillor Bunting's questions, there's a lot more coming that aren't in the LTP as well, so there's cost there also.
So are we clear in our submission about the uncertainty that puts us in as councils? Because I'm just making that point in the submission. We don't know how long the piece of string is.
Yes.
The other, which is a real concern. I've been concerned for some time about stormwater because that could be ginormous. Having said that, my next question about that is some of the information that's been circulating is around rates, quite understandably. Rates are going up. Rates are predicted to go up without reform quite substantially, right? We all agree that there might be some ground truthing in the figures. I don't want to go there, right? So the rates will go up. So what we can tell honestly to ratepayers is with or without water reform, your rates to provide for future water services will go up. Is that a fair comment or not?
No, absolutely.
Because I want to be transparent. Okay, so there's big costs looming for us. And I won't go into the reform or without reform. There are big costs coming our way. That's the message to the community. That was a question. Yeah, it was a question. There's big costs, aren't there, coming for the community?
Yes.
Right, thank you. One of the biggest concerns is about losing the assets and not being fully compensated. And there's this conversation about harmonisation. I do recall in one of the earlier workshops, Stephen, you made a really good job of trying to explain that because it's not easy. Oh, and you're cringing because you know it's not easy to explain.
No, I had 8 PowerPoints for that.
Yeah. Yeah. If the reforms go ahead, then would we still be able to propose a entity where we are shareholders in the assets? Is that still viable? I mean, can we still
all the
own
governance
what's
structure,
ours?
So all the governance structures are going to be a degree of compromise between the financial benefits of getting the best credit rating and the lowest interest and the greatest ability to borrow versus the risk of privatisation. The rhetoric is very much that a CCO with a company structure reflective of the electricity industry is a higher risk of privatisation versus what works well for local government, and CCOs have worked well for local government, and the Hamilton Airport, for example, 5 councils working together well there that we talk about. So it's going to be about compromise between those things, and that's why getting together in Wellington, local government and government working on finding where the sweet spot is necessary.
Just in terms of, because I've always, I come from a long background of water, 21 years nearly now in water.
Part mermaid.
Huh?
Part mermaid.
I am part mermaid. Just in terms of the compliance data. I've always been a bit frustrated that the compliance data hasn't come across with the economic data. We do a great job. I think we've all been aware of that. But I'm keen to understand. I want to know, when will we get to see and talk about the compliance data for the region? For example, we all live in Hamilton, but I know I regularly go to the Coromandel for my holidays, and I want to be able to drink safe water there too. When will we get some certainty about that? Because I know there are some parts of the country, and I don't want to name and shame, and I'm not going to, but there are some parts of the country that have, you know, less than 60% of their assets at the drinking water standard. Some have terrible low wastewater standards. So I'm just wondering about that. It seems to be there's a whole half conversation about water quality missing, and I'd like to strengthen in the submission to government that I'd like to know more about that. I'd like to flush that out. Let's talk more about that. And I was given some rough figures, but I had to try and look them up myself, and think James ran around and got some. But when are we going to see that as part of the government conversation? We have a high level of compliance, but in the region, 62% of sites have either not been assessed or only have partial compliance. Now, just wanted to know. And that, if we get into an entity, we'd be looking at that as well, wouldn't we?
We can strengthen that.
Can you strengthen that? Thank you.
Won't the water regulator do that? Oh, isn't that the separate role of the water regulator?
I tried to have that question answered last night about the regulator. I don't. We talked a little about the economic regulator, but the role of the environmental compliance regulator still remains unclear to me.
I thought that was his or her role, was to make sure that our water was compliant. But
I think what the minister said is that the regulator would have greater oversight, but it would still sit in the hand of the regional councils, right? Did she say that last night? Yeah. And we know, obviously, from the facts that I have before me, that necessarily isn't working where it needs to work in the future. Or am I wrong about that? Do you mind if I take Kesh next, Ewan, because she hasn't spoken, and then come to you? Kesh.
Thank you. First question. One of the submitters this morning quoted from somewhere about water meters, and I've tried to find it online, but I can't find it. Do you know what source he used?
No, I don't. Was that a statement saying there's a policy to have meters, was it?
Yeah, I thought he said DIA, and I've called their website, but I can't find it. It was something about that water meters will happen, or that the option would definitely be on the table.
So I can't find such a statement. I did, because I couldn't find such a statement, we have emailed the DIA and asked them, is there a policy relating to water meters, and they've come back and said no.
Okay.
All right.
Right.
I could read I'm sure staff are aware of it, right? Because you've been all over this for a very long time. If you need help, I'm happy to read some of the sections that talk about it.
Yeah. The question was whether there was a policy. So I'm happy to be led if there is a policy.
PowerPoint, and he had a source in there, but I can't.
So you're talking.
I'm just trying to find the context for where that came from.
Yes.
Yes, so in the DIA report it says decisions on charging and pricing methods will need to be undertaken independently by the entities in consultation with consumers, including the use of volumetric charging, water meters, and guided by the national direction set through government policy statement. The government policy statement implies there needs to be a move towards volumetric charging.
Yeah, we have volumetric charging at the moment.
So I completely agree with the quote, but there is no policy statement and I don't know what a future, but that's a future policy statement, similar to what NZTA has for transport that's yet to be developed. So I don't know what that policy statement would say.
So let's not argue the point, but thank you for sharing us that quote, and that was helpful. Did that help answer your question, Kesh?
Yeah, it did. Thank you. And next question. Can you help me understand just in terms of this reform proposal process? So right now, how critical is this point in the process in terms of can government push the current proposal ahead regardless of our feedback, or is select committee the only time when we'd be able to pause this? You know, I'm just trying to understand, like, right now, yes, we're giving feedback, but how critical is this particular point?
The water meter point?
No, in terms of the whole
feedback.
reform proposal.
Well, it's a council decision to provide the feedback at all, and in good faith, taking the minister at her words last night, is, you know, if the council wishes to influence aspects of the reform, then that's the purpose of the feedback document.
Can you hear that, Kesh?
Whether the extent to which, how that's taken into account or recognised, I really couldn't comment on. I mean, that falls into decisions that only government will and can make. I hope that's.
I'll try to rephrase, because I mean, I'm sure we've all received the hundreds of emails saying opt out. Is there an opportunity in the future, or do you think there would be an opportunity for us to still opt out? Or once we provide this feedback, are we saying, yeah, we're all go, this is what we think, and then Parliament does what they do, and it goes to select committee? I don't understand the process, so I just need to know, you know, how important this is right now.
I don't think we're saying it's all go. I think we're saying there's a lot of areas that need a lot of work, and we want to work together in partnership. What happens next, though, is solely dependent on the decisions that government makes following receipt of the feedback. In my very simple mind, it's a binary. You know, the reform's either mandated, and under that pathway is a select committee process, or it's not mandated, and presumably, because I don't know the answer, there's an opt-in, opt-out mechanism which has its own pathway. But they're all government decisions. I can't answer your question.
And it speaks to what
I
we've...
totally understand. Yeah, thank you. And just so, because I have lots of people asking me questions who are totally new to this topic. When you say mandated, does that mean government can go ahead with a Three Waters reform, regardless if we want to be a part of it or not?
Yes, that's what I'm. Yeah, that's what a mandate. That's what I mean by a mandated approach.
So on that respect, in that respect, Kesh, that's what we're trying to do in the break, is to strengthen the clarity of how we feel about that opt-in, opt-out.
And last question, just I mean, like everyone, I've done lots of reading, and you know, we're talking about the advantages of reform and the effect that it might have on rates. So for me, it comes down to, rates versus taxes. So am I right to assume that at the end of the day, we're still paying for it regardless of whether it's an increase in our rates or increase in our taxes? Like, it's still coming out of the same piggy bank?
It's still coming from
That's very basic.
Yeah, it's still coming from the community, irrespective of the mechanism by which it's collected.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Paula.
You're welcome, thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Quite good question that Kesh just asked, and it goes to the heart of my question. There's been some suggestion of big costs coming down the pipeline for water reform. Is it not a question of a starting point, however? I.e., are all 22 councils within Entity B, do they have the same quality, standard and capability of infrastructure that Hamilton does?
No, not at all.
Does simply by being forced into Entity B require us to harmonise our water costs across Entity B?
No.
No.
Hold on. Are you saying that there is no requirement for harmonisation of costs across Entity B?
The Cabinet papers say that it's not a priority, but it's an opportunity, and the Cabinet and the Minister has also said that she would like everyone to be paying the same price. So I wouldn't say it was a requirement, Councillor.
I think, I would say expectation is a better word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your Worship, I just want to signal my frustration sometimes with the way our questions are being answered. It has been very clear to me in what I have read, and as you've just identified, the Minister has implied that there should be commonality within each of the participating councils in Entity B. Do you agree with that, Stephen?
I agree with that.
Okay. Hamilton City Council has already one of the most lowest costs for the production of water across councils in Entity B. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, in line of what the Minister have indicated, and the fact that we are currently having the lowest cost, if there is to be harmonisation, would the average cost potentially of Hamiltonians increase within Entity B?
Yes.
Thank you. And so not only is big costs coming, but for Hamilton ratepayers, it's a double whammy. You're going to get smacked because we've got to bring everybody up to the same level of harmonisation. And then we have this ongoing regulatory reach requiring a higher standard and growth. Is that correct?
Costs are going up, yes.
So,
They are.
in point of fact, the Mayor's point is the costs are going up, but they're going up more if you join Entity B.
I didn't say that, point of order. I said the rates going up regardless of reform is what I said.
But my question is, they will go up more if Hamilton City joins Entity B.
No.
Because, well, is it not fair that we would have to, that Hamilton City Council would have to implement any regulatory requirements to water quality, but if we're already pretty well serviced and we're only having to meet that for Hamilton's requirements, and we don't then have to implement harmonisation, the starting point is lower.
Using the dashboard numbers, if we go alone, our rates would be 2,700, and with Entity B, they would be 2,200. Our average rate on this is lower than the Entity B average.
Well, that's great. So
so that number must go up, but not anywhere near the proportion of double. It would be going up in a few $100s.
Okay, so can you answer this simple question? What will our water rates be in year one of Entity B?
I can't answer that question. We haven't been given that information.
But that is a good question for raising feedback. Just in terms of that harmonisation and everything, because I do understand that. I do understand the nature of your argument, Ewan. and I never asked about the difference between before and after. I'm just making a honest statement about the rates going up regardless, because of what water challenges we're facing. Just in terms of investment though, let me just flip the lid. I'm just interested then, if let's remember, we aren't there yet, but if this new thing progresses, what does it do to the ability for us to prioritise the things that are in our LTP that are required for Three Water growth? Are we likely to get, I don't know, I'm not trying to load it actually, what benefit could we get as a city for our ratepayers in terms of what we need to provide, infrastructure we need to provide over the next 30 years? Is there any, or is it marginal? We get less debt, we automatically become less debt overnight, but in terms of what that entity can do to provide for the Southern Wastewater Plant, for the upgrade of Puketi Stage 2, for our stormwater swales that we heard about yesterday that are likely to be very expensive, just what happens in that space? Because there's cost and there's investment, isn't there? Two different things.
So from a growth perspective, there's some really big costs coming at some point in the future, not necessarily tomorrow. And that's playing out through the future proof, so the Metro Spatial Plan. So you're quite right. There's the future shared treatment plants, which could include water as well potentially. So there's some really significant investment tied up in those pieces of infrastructure in admittedly future decades, but there's some really big costs there as part of meeting the growth curve, and there's opportunities there in relation to compliance as well. And it just comes down to prioritisation in future LTPs and the council's ability to borrow. And under this proposal for the entity B, it would have a much higher debt to revenue ratio, so it would be in a better place to accommodate those costs.
Theoretically, the entity can borrow as well.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I just want to understand, because as far as I know, we've got money, is it true that we've got money for the Southern Wastewater Plant, the investigation part anyway, in our budget, but the other partner councils don't at this point in time in the LTB?
I have to double check, but that is my recollection. It's my recollection.
And there is no money in the LTP to build a Southern Wastewater Plant, just to investigate it?
No, I can't recall the construction cost, but it's circa 300 to 400 million per plant.
Yeah, so either way, we've got costs coming. That's the honest truth.
Yep.
Hamilton, we've got costs coming. We want to be transparent. All right, any other questions that really, burning questions that need to be asked? Because I'm thinking of taking a lunch break and giving the staff sufficient time. Please feel free to work with them if you feel the need to help with that. And then we'll come back. We'll come back and do what you suggested, Richard, at that point.
Do you want to run through the changes now or after lunch, Andrew? Or do you want to correlate them then?
I think I would personally benefit from the time to correlate
Okay,
them.
good.
But what I could also
I think we'd well benefit
do
from a pause and some food too.
is bring back a tracked, changed version of the letter and the document.
Is everybody happy with the process around that? Do you feel that's a fair process to come back to after lunch?
Yep.
We're having an hour lunch, are we?
You're having an hour lunch. Jeff, you happy with that?
Are we talking about the feedback document and the letter, are
Yeah,
we?
we're talking about
Because
everything.
I'm mindful that we haven't voted on these, that's all.
No, we're not. We'll come back to, that's what we're...
Yeah.
Exactly. Richard's process was that the staff do some work over lunchtime, we'll come back, we'll look at what's been suggested, we'll get some political buy-in or not to those, and then we'll get to the next phase.
Yep.
And
Okay.
there might be a few other questions, but I really do want to expedite this. Is that all right? Hour for lunch, everyone? Sorry, staff, hour for lunch, do you? Andrew, hour?
Yes.
Thank you.
There was nothing you said, Mark, but we're getting up and leaving.
Okie doke. So we do need, we've still got a lot of business to get through. We have had robust questions, so we're not going to go into the question realm. We're going to go into some clarity over this and then some debate. So the questions that come forth from now are on any of the issues that staff have adapted for us to make sure we understand them or we support them. Now, Richard, you had suggested, and I thought it was very sensible. So
I'll finally bring it out at the end of my tenure.
you had suggested a process where we go through these. So how's that to occur?
You've got the table, Mr. Parsons. How are you going to approach this?
Oh, that was a serve, wasn't it?
So we've simply gone through the document and tracked our changes. And then there's a paragraph where there's a couple of options where we're looking for a steer from elected members on.
Right.
And I propose we just put the document up on the screen and just work through down the track changes. There aren't actually too many.
Right, cool.
In reality, but...
cool. So, councillors, please let's not sink into a comma / colon / any other sort of minor. Let's keep to intent, because otherwise we could be here till midnight putting in commas.
Would it be easier to email it to us?
Well, it's coming, right.
So are you starting with the content of the report, of the submission, and then going to the cover letter? Because I somehow feel that we should do what's in the feedback and then the cover letter and make sure that's consistent, but I could be wrong. Does that make sense to you?
I'm very flexible.
Does that make sense, councillors?
I don't mind. Either would work.
Yeah, please.
Because I do want to make sure the cover letter is democratically what you have agreed for me. So let's go into the report first. Is that okay?
Yes.
Thanks. We've got people on Zoom. Yep, Kesh and Angela are there. I haven't even got my card in. Doesn't matter, does it?
I've got it running on my laptop if you've got something to plug it into it to project it on the screen. Okay.
Bear with, councillors.
If I do that, will it just send us into a feedback loop?
Yeah.
My computer says it will not let me use Zoom until it does a full restart. Okay, that's not going to work.
So can you forward it to someone else who's got Zoom? So
I have.
Cool. Okay.
My laptop's elected to do a full Windows update and it won't do Zoom unless it does that full restart.
Explain why the lights are dim.
Well,
No, that was that light going up behind
So what's the solution here? We need a solution.
Yep.
So, Amy, have you got a copy of it? Can you share it on Zoom?
I'm sharing it on Zoom. I can't share it to the big screen. That's what I'm trying to get. It's an issue with the big screen, so we're just trying to reach
Print it off on this machine.
email to everybody while I try and get that going.
Yep. And then you just have to blindly steer through it by page numbers and paragraph numbers.
Otherwise, we've got to print.
Always the accountant that makes most logical observation.
Not everyone agrees.
Yes, without us. The accounting professional was better off when I became chief executive. No.
What?
That'll be fine.
Don't put that pressure on me.
All right, so that's the changes. We all agree. We'll move on.
Could we print it off since we've got a
okay,
printer
would
in
you?
the room?
I'll do this restart.
I can see it. That's useful.
We expect you to do it right here in the middle, though. In plain sight.
Okay.
It says the meeting will resume at 2:40.
Could we print it off, please? Oh, it's been emailed to you. Open it up on your...
You've got to probably got to turn the review mode on.
How do I do that with my
Can someone...
Okay, printing it out is the best bit if I can't get the screen to work.
Yep, can we print it out? The printer's right there, I'm looking at it. Just print it out and...
Yes.
Could we print? Are you printing it, Becca? Are you printing it?
Dave's on his own version.
Oh, councillors at home, did you get it via email? Kesh, Angela? Yes? Thank you. Okie doke. Right, start talking about it, we'll catch up. So we are starting on paragraph, what's that? Is that the paragraph 7?
So in the document, we were on page 4 of the document, and that's titled in blue, the big critical success factors. So
that's page 312, everybody, on your diligent.
Is it in diligent?
No, the original's in diligent.
So it's page 4 of 19.
So point. Time wasting is not helpful.
Got it.
Have you got? Richard's got it. Who hasn't got it yet?
Yeah, no, so, got it here. Yep, that's where.
Mark Bunting's got it. You got it, Ewan?
I've got it on my iPad, so I don't have the track and trace.
I'll see if I can Google how to do that.
I will.
Ewan, do you have the word app on your iPad?
Yeah.
But can you press boot?
Share its word.
You got it, Martin? You need help?
Thank you.
James, can you help Martin, please? Can you help? Mark Donovan, you're fine, you got it? Sarah, you're fine? Maxine's fine. Dave's fine. We'll just wait.
Can you help this young gentleman here?
So, Jeff, you got it yet? No, not yet. You got it, Jeff? Nearly?
Yes.
Thank you. You got it, Rob? So we'll just wait on Ryan. Printed copy's coming. Could you grab a printed copy for Ryan and then we can crack on?
Andrew, I was just wondering, I couldn't find information on how long do they expect the whole RMA reform process to take? I understood it was
Right, let's go on because time is of the essence. Councillors, Andrew, Stephen, Ryan needs a printed copy. Then everybody else has it. So councillors, let's get started. Andrew, step us through, please. That's not track change though, is it? I could, but I'm chairing a meeting. Oh, you can have that there? Yeah, please.
Jeff and Mark would like a coffee. Coffee. And a coffee probably.
I'll take a coffee too, please. Stephen?
I've got one copy.
Oh, who else needs it? So
So Your Worship, just so I'm clear, if I may, so on the first, on the Three Water Reform formal feedback, where we've got option.
Sorry, can you give us a page 1, number 3?
Page 1, number 3.
Oh, you're on the covering letter.
we're not doing the covering letter yet, Ewan. We're going to do it once we've landed on what the is in the report. Then we'll make sure that the covering letter reflects that. Is that okay? Yep. Thank you.
Just
Okay.
mention which page you're on when we're
Thanks,
talking,
Becca.
if we can.
All right, let's go. Andrew, could you
Right.
please step us through?
I'll endeavour to do so. So we're on page 4 of the Word document, and the heading at the top of the page is the big critical success factors. So you should see all of the blue as track changes. So we've added a whole new paragraph at the front to try and reflect the strengthening that was sought, and also added a fifth issue, issue E, which is around the consultation, and then tried to make out those 5 themes pop a bit stronger with a descriptor at the start of each paragraph. Happy to take feedback on that section.
Okay, so Three Borders feedback, the critical factors, no, it's not track change.
So we're not reviewing for grammatical aspects, unless it negates the statement. If you put a not in there by mistake, we will correct that.
Oh, maybe I've got two, sorry, I lied.
Yes.
It's similar to the feedback I gave at the last meeting, and that is, could you put consultation as the first of those ABCDEs? Because it does elevate some things a wee bit. It seems to be something that the group is very strong on.
Done.
Is that okay with everybody?
So consultation, does everybody
So
agree?
move from E to A. E to A.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. So did everyone hear that, and anyone have an issue with that? No? Good.
So what we're going to do is, as we go through and we'll step through, I'll ask you just probably for a quick show of hands if you've got any issue. Otherwise, we're going to take silence as
acceptance.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got
So-
my machine running now, so I'm just making those changes as we go.
So everybody's happy with the introductory paragraph about the big critical success factors? Yes. Okay.
Right, so the next big edit is on page 6. Unfortunately, it's just titled Potential Solution because of the formatting.
Yep.
But it's the content there that's really important. So we've really tried to strengthen that. So it comes out and says Hamilton City Council is not satisfied with the government's proposed governance structure, full stop. So we've taken away all of the things that detract from that very powerful statement. And then in the third, we've introduced a third paragraph. So council is looking for an opportunity to understand, review and evaluate alternative ownership models, including the Tasmanian, Welsh and other company models such as
Jeff, are you
CCO,
okay there?
etc. So I'm
Can I ask that, I know, like CCO, can we also include joint ventures in there? I just want to get across the message of some joint relationship rather than some formalised company structure.
Yes.
And can we also, would like to explore the opportunity of other off-balance sheet solutions as well, because that was discussed by councillors earlier on as well. So if we can throw that in there, if the councillors are happy with that.
Is that the place to do it, or is it around the funding?
Waitomo.
Place to do it.
Okay. So is everybody happy? We're going to add the off-balance funding sheet. We're going to add those other models, joint ventures, CCOs, looking at more models, and we're going to take out the second paragraph under point 13. Any concern? Yes.
I suggest that second paragraph, council is looking for an improved structure that better meets, because you've got too many betters there.
Okay.
That improved structure that meets financial and community objectives better. So better,
just in my defence, we've had no break or lunch, so there's a
I
few.
know.
no, look, I'm not being critical.
I only have one Mandarin.
Note it. Thank you, Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you. So moving on, I'm assuming.
Wait, I've got my hand up.
Sorry, Angela.
Oh, here, God have your hand up.
Really appreciate that, the changes so far, but just on that paragraph that we were going to move on from, it says council would like government to explore regional and sub-regional options. You don't have to do it now, but can we change that so that we are allowed to explore as well, that we're not just sitting here on our hands waiting for government to do it? Because of course we did it better last time, it's just YPAR didn't join us.
So perhaps we could have council would like to explore alongside governments, regional and
Yeah,
sub-regional.
something like that.
Would that do it?
Something along those lines.
Any opposition to that? No? Okay. You got that, Andrew?
Yes.
Got the intent. Thank you. And moving on now. Thanks, Angela. We're now back on. We're on to page 4. Oh, what are we on?
Sorry, quick question.
Sarah's got a question.
Opt-in, opt-out, page 7.
Sorry, just after that sentence, Angela just was talking about, it says council needs to be certain that a hybrid never tried before is better. I was literally a little confused by what that was.
Yep. We'll take it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Everybody understood that Sarah was requesting then? Is comfortable with it? Yes?
I don't know what we took. I don't even know what it meant, so.
No. So,
So so just to be clear, we've taken out the sentence that says council needs to be certain that a hybrid never tried before is better, because we've actually proposed a whole lot more options, right? So it's good. Yeah.
right, so the
Onwards.
next substantive change is near the bottom of page 7, which is
Yep.
the opt-in, opt-out model box. So looking for feedback, particularly from Councillor Wilson, that we've reflected matters in this. We've made an outright deletion. I think
Okay.
that captures the intent, but looking for feedback, please.
Feedback on that one. I think there'll be a range of issues on this one.
That's exactly, it's exactly what we would.
So you're happy with that?
Yes,
Is anybody
bottom of page
unhappy
7.
with that? Are you happy? Happy, Jeff?
Well, Sarah did make a good point about turning it from a negative to a positive.
Yep. How could that go, Sarah?
It was something like that the fragmented approach would undermine it, therefore, this is why collaboration with local government to find an acceptable model that all, is critical or something.
Yeah. Do you follow that, Andrew?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yeah,
Richard?
But I'm
talk us
easy
through
on
this
that.
one.
Yeah, no, so I don't disagree with Sarah. I've got a slightly different point. Is that earlier on we're saying that we don't support the various governance models. We want to have a sub-regional, regional approach. Then we're talking about opt-out and being a fragmented approach not working. We've got to try to connect those logical flows together. So maybe there's so aren't we trying to, in the first statement, drive self-determination as part of this? So I don't disagree with your fragmented approach. Whatever model opt-out's the issue is about having critical size, which is your point, fragmented nature, if it's fragmented. So some work, that's what I'm trying to think. I just don't know how to articulate it as a sentence.
I think, doesn't it go further than that though, Richard? Because I think what we're trying to say is if we could come up with our own solution, notwithstanding what we said before, if we could come up with our own solution working alongside government, that meets the standards required of us, health, safety, as well as economics. It's a three.
Yep. So.
And I like the idea of a positive phrasing, where councils are able to demonstrate they can effectively supply services, blah, blah.
Do you get that slight nuance, Andrew? Mm-hmm. So do you want to paraphrase it back, just so those in the room that sort of entered halfway through the conversation?
So,
We're not keen on that opt-out thing. To us, it's a blanket thing, that there is the ability to opt out, full stop.
So we are turning it around. We're saying if we can do X, Y, and Z, we can come up with a really amazing new way of doing it. Then we can opt out. That's what we're changing it around to.
So I think, Your Worship, we're at the stage where respectfully we'll let you continue to make the changes to what you believe will be...
It's not me.
No, that council wants to land on in terms of the feedback.
So
we'd articulated ours pretty clearly in our motion, including... staff, did you have an opportunity to look at our motion?
Yep.
Yes.
I haven't.
So we could take a show of hands in terms of who want that to remain.
Well, I don't think it's necessary because I think Councillor Rob is going to move his motion and move the feedback.
Yeah.
Right?
I have got it. I just haven't read it.
But we might get to a,
company.
yeah. But the ideal state would be we might get to a stage where we're all agreed, and there's one.
But we're not able to compromise on that point.
Okay.
Well, there has been a big compromise anyway by taking out the mandate. Your complaint
Earlier was that we're mandating we're asking them for a mandate against the opt-out, so that's been removed. And we're just changing the wording from being you shall not do to you can do if.
No, we don't want an if though.
Well, so I'm hearing what you're saying. So to the other side, if a statement saying that we wish to pursue and have the opportunity to consider other models before we even consider opting in or opting out, is that the flavour that's coming through from Ewan and Jeff?
I think The one thing that we're very clear on is we would like to strengthen, as currently staff have, the broader range of pursuing other business models.
Yep.
We fully agree with that.
Yep.
There's no doubt about that.
Should we remain silent then about because there's a range of views around this table about whether we can opt in or opt out under what circumstances?
And I was just trying to be pragmatic. I could see that it's always difficult designing a form by committee, and so what we're suggesting is that clearly what you're designing now is what's going to be attached to Rob's motion.
But yours includes feedback too.
Yes, but I wonder if it's not easier if... can I first start by saying we're the only ones that put forward a motion where we actually put forward a series of changes?
No, I understand that.
Right.
So I'm trying to understand if we can land on something.
So what I think may be better, from a practical sense, is that we break out and we'll make whatever changes we feel inclined we could live with on the feedback form. We're not moving on our motion. We'll let you work out what amendments you would like to make on your feedback form, and then really it's put both in front of the voters.
I think it's important that we land whatever it is at the end of the day on a majority democratic decision about what's in the form.
So Councillor Ewan, are you suggesting
Not
you
mine.
start from the staff original version that came in the pack, or are you suggesting you start from the version that we worked on now? And are you going to start and move forward, or are you going to start and move backwards? I'm not too sure how you intend to approach it.
So we're going to start based on the original from the staff, but that it already had the amendments that we've articulated in our motion. In our motion, we already say these parts of the feedback need to be changed.
Yeah, we do.
For the first time, you're now going back and you're re-looking at the feedback. And we...
No, this was not, look, it was to respond to the thoughts that you guys had on some of these, that the changes have been put up to try and get more of a consensus where possible.
I actually think we'd be better off going back to front, putting the motions up first. If Rob's one wins, then you can take the feedback and the letter out of that. Because otherwise...
That's a procedural thing, surely. Let's just carry on through.
Well, that's why I'm suggesting it.
Let's put a question mark by that one,
It's a lot simpler
that
for
second
us.
paragraph in there, because it doesn't look like we've quite landed on anything. The councillors who, apart from that you've clearly expressed your out view on that, Sarah and others, do you think, does anybody else here want to retain some level of commentary around opting in or opting out? Or do we not?
I would, because I think there needs to be something in there that talks about the things that you would have to do, which seem to me cost-effective, safe and sustainable. If you can achieve that, then
so let's go with Sarah's
well and good.
positive. If councils collectively or individually can demonstrate an ability to deliver blah blah blah, effective, safe, cost effective, they may retain the option to opt out. Something like that. Does that?
It's got to be a reason that helps the community, which is these sort of reasons.
Can we just, do we have
Not
to use the
because
word
they don't like Nanaya's Moka or something.
Yeah, so but effectively what you're saying is if you can achieve all the outcomes through your own model, you can do your own model.
Well, that's a reason to apply.
Yes.
We're not commenting on how they would get there.
So maybe the positive way is, instead of buying into this opt-in language, which is a political football, why don't we say something to the ability, if we can demonstrate the ability, blah, 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 we should have the ability to propose different models.
Yeah.
And just let it be silent on the rest. Does that sit? Does that sit? Because there's a...
No.
I know it doesn't. I know it doesn't with you. I'm just trying to get majority consent. So the three of you who feel it might not. Angela, Kesh, do you have any view on this one?
Yeah, look, I prefer, I still want councils to have proper democratic fairness and have the choice to be able to opt out. That's as simply as I can put it.
And that's what we were hoping to achieve, that if you do X, Y and Z, you can opt out. But,
I just want them to have the ability to opt out.
Okay, cool. let's move on to the next points, because we are going to come to a debate and vote, of course, and that is page 8, data-led decisions.
So what, just for procedure, so on page 8, there's a whole section in the halfway down titled Principles Applied to the Specific Feedback Solutions. I think that whole section, on page 8.
Starts from 8, moves to 9.
Oh, gotcha.
It's up on the screen now.
Oh, is it? Oh, great. So we felt that that's just introduced unnecessary confusion and doesn't add to the document. All the content's already elsewhere, and it just provides emphasis through saying less, I think. So we were going to delete the principles section, which takes us to the next substantive change, which is on the bottom of page 10.
Okay, before we go there, is everybody happy with the principles to remove that? It doesn't really add much. Is everybody happy to strike those out?
Just a quick question, Andrew.
Yes.
If I could. If we cross off that financial, do we cover off that financial
Further down.
Yes.
asset liability later on?
Yes. This is to Dave's point. It was a bit, it wasn't coherent. It wasn't as punchy as it needed to be. So taking this out is part of trying to make this more impactful.
And that applies to all of the others
Yep.
that you've got in here. They're
Correct.
already covered. and
Yes,
so
correct,
saying
yeah.
it twice doesn't make it better.
Correct.
Sorry,
So-
just tell me, so where does that financial point get expanded though? Oh, page 15.
So it's paragraphs 60, 61, 62 on page 15.
Can we come to that, and if you're not
So-
satisfied?
Yeah, same words.
So we're striking out the principles applied to the feedback, because, as you were saying, it doesn't add much to, is that what we're saying?
It sends a mixed message. I think
Send a
it
mixed
takes away the mixed message, doesn't
Yep,
it?
it does.
That was
So page
previously
10,
there.
the bottom of page 10.
Bottom of page 10.
We are supportive, go.
So we've just strengthened this thing around privatisation. So we're just saying we're supportive of the government's intention to protect against privatisation.
I think we should say we are strongly supportive,
Okay.
but does
Yeah,
anybody?
that doesn't, sorry, Mayor Paula, that
That's all right.
doesn't, I don't believe their intention is to protect against future privatisation, so I
Okay.
think it's pretty weak, as I've been saying all along, and as the CEO actually said a couple of hours earlier today, that what we've got currently
Did you say
is
that?
much tougher to privatise water than what this proposal is.
So
doing.
your solution is, Angela, your idea here? Well, I'm just asking Angela first, come to you, Zach, if it's okay.
Well, it's not my proposal, so it's pretty hard to come up with the answers on the fly, but I'm saying that I don't want it to say we are supportive of the government's intention to protect against future privatisation. I think the government can do better to protect against future privatisation.
Okay, what's
So we'd be
the-
really strong then, Councillor Angela, and so it is our expectation that water assets should remain in the public, within a public entity at all times, something to that effect.
Yeah.
Okay, Jeff, you had a quick suggestion?
If we had a detailed proposal now, we wouldn't be second guessing all of these things. This is what is so frustrating about.
Yeah, I know, let's keep going so we can get into
Okay,
debate.
well, I'm going to
Question?
signal, Mayor Paula, this isn't working for us. I think we're doing it back to front. I think if we put the motions first, then then we can work from there, because we'll have a sense of direction. At the moment, it's just a whole hodgepodge. And really, we can't participate in this way.
Well, that's fine, I was asking you for a question and some ideas, but
I've
yes,
given you an
yeah,
idea to go the other way
You
and
want to
put
go
the
back to
motions
the
up first.
original feedback?
Put the motions up first is what I would suggest, and then that will enable us easier, I would have thought,
No, that's
to do
not-
the
that's
feedback
not-
and the letter.
That's not what the
Okay,
majority
well-
of us agreed to before lunch, so I'm going to keep going. We've put staff to some considerable work over their lunch hour to put some changes. Let's continue through them, and then,
Okay,
and
we'll
then the
withdraw from
political
that.
debate will ensue, it will. I think we need to be stronger about paragraph 25. Richard, you had an idea.
I just suggested for paragraph 25 is it's our expectation that the Three Waters assets remain in public ownership,
Yes, I've got.
non-negotiable.
Yep, I've made that change if it's
So-
agreeable.
Cool. And then, sorry, on to page 11, there's an extra H.
Yes, so I think the word increased should delete now,
Yeah.
but protection against privatisation is required. That's what that should now read.
Okay, excellent. Have you, anybody, I know there's three going to stick to their draft, but just anybody else? I'm not that you can't speak, but is there any other concerns with it? Okay, no. So page 12, paragraph 36.
This was to a point just around the uncertainty of the future and the costs of the future.
Yeah.
So it's really just a flag to say
I think that's
this
a good
is really
sentence
challenging.
myself. It adds anyway, any contrary views to that? Because you really must speak out if you do. Page 13, paragraph 48.
Yeah, so again, this was trying to really strengthen the growth and spatial planning outcomes. So I've taken a little license on this, so happy, I appreciate some feedback.
I look at this and I think maybe just put it around that the entity will ensure that council's growth aspirations, spatial plans, and long-term plans are given effect to, or something like that way around, the sentence that way around. It's a little, but that's my view. Anybody different views on this one? I think we all agree that we want.
Just one quickly.
Thanks.
We might put hugs in or developer certainty as well to the wider external community?
Yes.
Just, is it 48? Potential solutions?
Yes.
Just wanting reference to, for developers for the funding, the infrastructure, and maybe does it need a linkage to our other SPV or SPF? What was it? SPF? SPV. Yeah, and
Anything else I can help you with?
And IFF, just the other off-balance sheet, just so there's a linkage there with funding.
Okay, are we there with that one? Can we move on to page 14? There's just a subheading there with our concerns.
SPF sunscreen.
Right? Yes, that's all there is there. That's immaterial, I would think.
14.
Page 14, where you put strategic documents, concerns.
Oh, that's
Right.
no change.
And that's the same on page 15. You've got on paragraph 60, you've got an addition. Absolute guarantee, right?
Yes. Again, this was to, I think, Councillor Ewan's line of questioning before the break. So seeking a guarantee that our community will be financially better off should this reform proceed.
Okay, thank you. Any comments, concerns about that? I expect you to shout out if you do. The other thing is just the heading where we've made our concerns more, the little subheadings where we put the word concerns, and there's nothing else in the actual document, is there?
No, we put a lot into the letter as well.
Right, let's look at the letter. Let's look at the covering letter, please, on page 1, see where we can get with this. And would you like to speak us through what your thinking is, please?
Certainly. So probably the most significant point of help for staff would be the yellow text. So we've prepared two sets of text basically on the two amendments. So we've written this in such a way as either or could go into this covering letter. And I think, at the risk of speaking directly to everything else, I think we've captured all other aspects of the discussion this morning. So it really needs a decision around which of the two yellow sections would prevail.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's see what happens in the debate there. Apart from the fact of whether we're going down delay the reform process or carry on with working with government, which is a political debate, right, which we'll have shortly. Is there anything else? I think, see, with paragraph 5, we specifically seek a commitment, community consultation.
Yes.
Is that, and formally consult?
There you said the options that are being presented are delay the proposal or carry on working with the government.
Looking at those two.
That's not what those say. You know,
One says
we're saying
option-
delay and still work with the government. So that's not an either or.
Oh, I was just being liberal.
No, I'm just making sure your understanding is clear.
One option, if you want, I can read it word for word, but one option is to delay the reform process until after the local government reforms. The other one is different.
Or you just...
I'm just saying that I
Generally.
don't think we can resolve that until we've taken the vote, that particular bit.
Your Worship, I guess we iterate that a lot of work went into us preparing our amendment.
Yeah, I agree, and you can use
Right.
that in your debate.
Yeah, and we did the hard work, and we've already told you what parts of the change to the
Yeah,
feedback.
I understand
You're
that.
doing it on the fly.
No, we're not. We're doing
you
it
are.
with feedback of the majority, and we'll see how it goes with the
Your
debate.
Worship, just procedurally, the reality is this council had multiple workshops where feedback was provided, and we were given a deadline, midday a week ago or midday Wednesday. That's when we had to have our feedback in.
So question-
Staff then prepared a report, and
Yeah.
then on the day of
Stop,
the
Ewan.
debate,
Stop.
you're now going through, as a
Stop,
working committee,
Ewan.
changing the document.
If you want to rudely continue, do so, but let me speak.
Your Worship, with all due respect, who's being rude? I've come to the meeting well prepared. We've come to the meeting with the appropriate work done, and you are running an informal process in the middle of a council meeting where you're adapting your feedback.
Well, I reject that point of view. What I was going to say is before lunch, we democratically agreed to make some changes to the feedback to see if we can come closer. If I've misheard that from the majority, I apologise, but that's what I think we heard. We are making best endeavours to bridge some gaps here. You may not want those gaps to be bridged at this point in time, but that's the intent of other members. So we are going to go through what we agreed we would go through,
Your Worship,
which is make some minor amendments.
let's be-
Palatable, hang on, I haven't finished. Palatable to the majority, because the majority democracy decision is coming.
Your Worship, we are delighted that finally you and others have realised that the current draft feedback needed strengthening.
Yeah, okay, thank
Okay?
you.
We had already
Brilliant.
indicated that, and that's in our motion.
I think to be fair, there's been a range of really good concerns raised in all the questions and debate today. We are now trying to land something, and we'd appreciate some collegiality around what we're trying to get through here. No, hang on a minute.
What's in our recommendation, the changes
It
on yellow?
doesn't, so you can put your recommendation up. What I'm saying in the covering letter, I'm not necessarily, we can't actually land that until we know what goes with where the resolutions land, can we, Richard? Is they quite different?
Sorry, I was just reading standing orders.
So we have Rob's, we have, well, I don't want to personalise them like that. We have one that Rob has proposed and one that Jeff has proposed or Ewan has proposed. They're a little bit different. That will be tested, and then the covering letter ought to reflect the outcome of that, right? Which is why you've put the two...
Our motion includes the amendment to any cover letter.
Well-
We did our homework.
Well, that's right. And so if your motion prevails, Ewan, we're saying the same thing here. If your motion prevails, then your amendments will be incorporated because people will have democratically voted for it.
But why didn't that already happen?
Because we're going through this process, which we agreed to go before lunch, which was let's see how much common agreement we can find. And look, I just want to go on from that because I don't want this to descend into some kind of argument. I think you have a set of views and others have a set of views, and I'm trying to manage that.
So I think, can I just, Your Worship, I think I sort of have a degree of sympathy for where Ewan's coming from, and that previously when we go to wordsmith a resolution, we sort of go into a break, step aside, work through it, pull it together, and then it goes through as a resolution. So I think the frustration coming from here is that Jeff and Ewan have already done that, got their one ready to go. I suppose sitting through listening to other people's prepare theirs is reasonably frustrating.
No,
that's not correct.
That's not true either.
They've come up with their motion, which is fine, but before lunch, Paula, from the chair, asked if people were happy that we got staff to include the points they thought had been raised in the meeting, see if they can work them in here and see if we could at least get close to a consensus. And that's what staff have come back with. Now, if people still don't think it's good enough, that's fine, and they've still got their motion alive.
That's how I see it. Thank you. It's not my intent to do anything other than to try and find a landing point. And I do actually think that, as a point of order, I reject the proposition that none of us have done any work, because I believe that we have, through our questions and suggestions, sought to make amendments. So we all are in this space together as colleagues, trying to do the best we can.
So, Your Worship, thank you on that procedural point. So in the future, when staff and you say the deadline's midday Wednesday and all feedback must be in, staff will prepare a report. What you're saying is no, that's not the case, and that any other subsequent council meeting, I can put us in this scenario and we can recraft the
No,
documents. Is that
I'm
what
just
you're
saying that it's not uncommon in a council meeting for amendments to be made to propositions, and that's exactly what's happened here. Let's move on though, because this isn't fruitful use of our time. So I want to go into the debate, because apart from these two things, these options, right, they're dependent on which motion prevails as I see it. Am I right on that? I just want to be right before we go into the debate. Okay. So, subject to the debate. Stephen, am I right?
Option under 3 goes with Rob's motion, and the option under 4 goes with Jeff's motion, I think. Is that correct?
Unfortunately not, because it's not the same. Yeah, I think to be fair to
But if yours prevails, it will be your wording.
Well,
So we've tried to prepare a single view based on a range of views as requested over lunch. Listening, it is not 100% reflective of Councillor Ewan's motion. If that motion were to prevail, then there would be further amendments needed to create that alignment.
no, I'm talking about these two options here, which Paula, was the question Paula asked.
Yeah, no,
those
so
two, not all the other ones we've just been discussing.
No, we're just talking about this one, and I understand what Andrew's saying. If the majority goes with the Ewan motion, then the words that you have incorporated with your motion will be embedded into this cover letter as a matter of course, because that's what people are agreeing to, right? Your feedback will be embedded. If you lose that, you can vote on this one. You can like it or not like it. So I think that's fair and democratic is the point I'm making. No one's trying to be difficult here. I'm not trying to curtail any political view on this point. So let's go into debate, because that's really where we can influence people's thinking and have a say. So to be fair again, I suggested that we have a mover and then a mover of an amendment. I don't strongly feel, I've done it on the basis that Rob was first. I don't actually strongly feel about that, one way or the other. Both of you get a right of reply. Is that fair? Can we proceed on that basis?
Yep. Can I just suggest a minor change to, if you like, my motion or my amendment? And that is to, on 2A, which is the original staff recommendation, that it approves the Hamilton City Council Three Waters reform formal feedback to government as amended, including as amended and agreed in today's meeting, because this, I guess, refers to what was in attachment 1 of the meeting notice.
Yeah, so potentially some of us have moved that.
And
changes, haven't we?
Yeah, and Jeff may wish to do the same or similar to his, but I won't tell him what to do.
Okay. All right, we're going to put them up. Okay. So let's just make sure we're all clear on them before we go into debate. Don't want to do any point of orders later. So
we've got to wait for, you're altering it, right?
Just 2A, the staff recommendation, including
what we've just spoken through,
the amendments agreed during the meeting.
Changes, I think.
Or yeah, that's a better word, Dave. Yeah, including the changes.
Then you vote with your.
motion.
You've got your motion. Your motion has a different set of amendments, which effectively, if everybody agrees to that, would become those amendments.
Your Worship, just procedurally, maybe governance can help me. How can you assert agreed within the meeting when the meeting hasn't agreed? How are you measuring the agreement?
We can probably amend it to say discussed at the meeting, as discussed at the meeting.
And then the numbers of the vote will make that decision, won't they?
Yeah, okay.
There's nothing that binds us to sticking with the draft report that came at the beginning of the meeting. We do quite often amend meeting as a result of questions, debate, and that's what we're doing. So, okay. So can I make sure that everybody has read both and fully cognizant of the differences and everything?
Ms. That we can, Zoom, we've only seen half of the first one. So when in governance email, if the changes are done, can governance email it? Because they're both quite long, so.
Yeah, okay. Can we do that?
Yeah.
That is
Probably
big.
That's tiny print.
I know. It's coming. It's coming.
Yeah, I'm just going to copy and paste it.
Thank you. Crikey, I have to work hard for my money sometimes.
Your Worship, I'm just checking the mover of the motion and the amendment will have an opportunity to introduce the motions
Yeah.
prior to the debate.
Yeah. Briefly, only in terms of intent, not to
Just
use
the
it as a-
difference.
Yeah, just not to explain them, because that's debate, to talk to them. Okie doke. Have you got them in Zoom room? Cash, you have what you need? Thank you. You have what you need, Angela. Thank you. That's great. Ryan, Rob, we're there? We're there? Okay, I'm going to give the mover and then the mover of the amendment the chance to explain the intent of their, and any changes within their recommendation. Please don't debate it, because that debate is debate. You're just explaining. Thank you, Rob.
Just to explain the motion, the changes that I've just mentioned are really just wrap-up changes from our discussion today, and they appear to be changes that we've all agreed on. The intent of the motion that I have put forward and Maxine has seconded is that we want to send the message that we still wish to remain in a collaborative state with central government, and I'll say in the debate that there are certainly areas that we don't agree with in the model that has been presented.
Can I ask a question of the mover?
Yes, certainly.
Rob, I just wonder if, as a mover and seconder, Maxine, you'd consider, if you could get that motion up, please, just the final line of the motion, whether we need to say it given the letter. Scroll down a bit. We remain committed to reform in a water delivery program. If you'd be happy removing that, given that our letter by default sets that anyway.
Yeah, look, if Maxine is happy, that was there really to sort of suggest that despite the fact that we had disagreement, we still wanted to sit and remain in a collaborative reform situation.
Yep, thanks.
And that's covered off in the letter
And that is
contents itself.
It's much more clearer in the letter now than it was before today.
Thanks.
Right, Kapai, we're nearly there, are we? Thank you, and Ewan. Yep. Oh, sorry, Jeff.
So our motion is that we, as a council, explicitly state that our opposition to the government's water proposal. We're calling on them to halt the reforms until a host of complementary other reforms take place. And we're saying if the government persists with this proposal, we signal that we will opt out. And lastly, we're reflecting these positions in both the cover letter and our feedback.
Thank you. That was very succinct. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going into debate with the mover first of the motion. Rob.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I just want to start by saying that I'm not anti this government. There's been suggestions that perhaps there's a little bit of concern that I'm supporting this and might not be a supporter of the government. I do have a long history of supporting water reforms. I was active and supportive of the Cranley report, which was done 6 years ago. And then, although with some reservations, I did support the model similar to the Wellington Waters program that we looked at in the last term. The motion that I'm sponsoring neither says we support the current model suggested by government or that we are formally opting into the reform. It is an opportunity for us to continue collaboration and to agree on an acceptable model, not only for us, but also for our community. The motion and the amendments are quite similar in my mind and vary only by emphasis. One is a collaborative approach trying to fix and solve issues, and the other perhaps is more finger-pointing and is not focused on solving the differences. And I believe in the current environment, from the many seminars and out-of-town courses that I've attended, there is a will on the part of government to listen to the concerns not only that the councils have, but also our community has in terms of the model that's currently proposed. So I think supporting the amendment will delay, and delaying the reform process does not fix or solve the issues around the need for some sort of water reform. I have some concerns. I have some concerns in terms of the way that the government has rolled out the reform process to date, and I can understand why there are concerns not only in council and in other councils and in our community. The government has been telling New Zealanders that local government has failed to manage water, and this has been done through an expensive and one-sided advertising program. They tell us in the model the minister is proposing the government can manage and maintain these assets better than local government. Where is the evidence in this? Where are their credentials of past success that government can tell us that in a centralised form they can manage water better than we can in terms of our community? The purpose of in my view, the purpose of local government is to be informed and to remain close and work with our local communities for the best outcome. This is still the case, and central government will never ever be able to replicate this by centralising everything. So I'm hopeful that in terms of a much more collaborative approach with government now, will bring those messages clearly back to central government and allow us with them at the table to achieve outcomes that will better serve our communities with water delivery and better serve better serve us and better serve our communities. So that's the reason why today I'm asking you to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Yeah, our motion is clear. In a nutshell, we're stating that we oppose this government water reform proposal. We're calling on the government to halt the reforms until a host of complementary and other vital reforms are undertaken to the degree that we believe the water reform can't be done anywhere near as well if these other reforms aren't put in place first. And we're saying if the government persists with this proposal, we will opt out. And we're reflecting these positions in the letter and the feedback. I think the difference between our motions is ours clearly rejects the government's proposal as a viable option. It's a clear, explicit message, and it's a message our community wants us to send. The proposal is unacceptable. We don't see any future in it. It needs to be off the table it needs to be history. It's a dog. And if the government intends to stick to this one proposal, we will opt out. That's what the community wants. They don't want more centralisation. They don't want more loss of control, more dependence on a faceless board of strangers in some other town. They want to feel in control of their own assets that they paid for. I actually think the public is outraged and surprised that we as a council are even entertaining this proposal. I don't think they can believe just how passive we've been about the whole thing. I'm sorry, I have to say that I don't think we have been fighting in the community's corner on this one. We are not here to be an accomplice for the local government minister so she can pass an unpopular plan into law. Our job is to represent the residents of the city. And I don't think it's good enough for this council to say that the government and LGN didn't require us to consult, or these aren't our reforms. We'll ask you what you think later. Because we're giving feedback today on the community's behalf. And I think the public deserve to be a much bigger part of that conversation, and I think we've done them a disservice. And we've heard today that we have no guarantee of what future consultation our public will actually get. No guarantee. Today we can at least reflect their views. Today is the day to nail your colours to the mast. This is the day where we can make a stand and demand a rethink and ask the government to bring other options forward when the time's right. So whose side are we on today, colleagues? The government or our people? Well, I'm not going to be a stooge for the government. I live in Hamilton. I love Hamilton. I take my role as a leader in the community seriously. I thank my colleagues Ewan Wilson and Mark Bunting for their steadfast support and courage in this issue. It's a very simple message that this motion carries today, and it needs to be simple because at its heart it's a simple issue. A convoluted message will get lost among 66 other councils. We need to say no on behalf of our community. No. We live here, not the government. What sort of government doesn't listen to local communities and support their ambitions rather than trying to impose its views? Hamilton City Council is not going to be complicit. We're not going to help the government slip this plan through because we're putting our community first. Delay the reforms, go back to the drawing board. We don't support your proposal. If you don't back off, we're going to opt out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
I thought the seconders were next, but I'm happy to go.
Oh.
Now, that's all I was putting myself on the list to be there after the second.
Happy to put the seconders.
I'd put it there.
All right.
Just so I can be first after the seconders.
Okay. Who, seconder of your, Maxine?
Thanks, Dave, for that. Look, the issue of Three Waters is quickly becoming a topic of both low and high interest in the community, and judging from the contents of my email inbox and messages received through council's channels, is based on a level of misunderstanding, fear-mongering, myths and rumours, and in fact some of them are based quite politically around an alternative political motive. Many of the emails that I've seen have been accompanied by a commentary that has the competency of central government at its centre. The authors are really confused about what the decision is today, and they're being asked, or asking me rather, to vote to opt out, to save our water assets, to hold a referendum, all actions which at this stage are quite premature. I also reflect on those that I haven't heard from, and I speculate on the reasons why not. I believe that they are satisfied, that they're still able to turn the taps on, they're able to flush their toilets, and they know that it's safe. They are indifferent as to how it happens, just want to know that it will happen. We know that this proposal, as Deputy Mayor Taylor has said, comes from government. It's their reform, not ours. I've been asked, where is the mandate to introduce reform? And that's governments too. They earned that at the general election less than 12 months ago. Today we're being invited to give feedback on their proposal. Our role has been to scrutinise the known details, to identify the issues of concern, and to form up credible solutions and suggestions to that, should it go ahead. That can be best done by using our voice to influence, and along with the strength of other councils, to shape the final reform agenda. Importantly, it doesn't bind us into any future decisions. As a council, we've already acknowledged the need for reform, and we've also, by and large, identified a case financially for that to happen as well. Once the new higher water and environmental standards are introduced, the modelling has shown that we will struggle to provide water services at an affordable rate, and increases are inevitable without reform in a much more advanced way. When we consider the timing for reform and the scale of the wider reform that is in front of us, in my mind, there is a need to prioritise which to embark on first, because I believe the waters is the most urgent. I thank Andrew and Stephen and the staff who have been responsible for putting the report together, and note that it's been compiled after months of discussion, and the input from elected members is really visible through the words, and they've captured our concerns, and even today at the last they've endeavoured to get our very best efforts in. In terms of the opt-out option, I'm reminded of the model worked on in the last term of council to stand up a regional service, and how it failed due to that very right to opt out. Ironic. After considerable cost to all of the councils involved and the ratepayers in that as well. And in the face of the opportunity to make some real savings for staff there. So ultimately, though, it will be our government's decision. So in developing our feedback, it is right for us to be speaking on behalf of our community, so that they have a say to voice their concerns through the new entity, and have a more accountable governance and management structure. To know that the needs and aspirations have weight, and to be able to prioritise Hamilton's growing city for today's and tomorrow's residents. That many short-term increases in service costs are outweighed by the long-term sustainable gains, and that it be accompanied by a fully endorsed community engagement plan. And of course, that community interests and the interests of other communities around the country are at the very heart of the final decisions that are being made. So thank you. I'm more than happy to be supporting Rob's motion, and urge you all to do so as well. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I still remember the honour of being elected back in 2001. I realised then that I would be required to make some pretty important decisions, but I probably didn't realise the importance of this decision I'm sitting here participating in today. It is potentially one of the most challenging and I think dangerous proposals I've ever seen in this debating chamber. The reality is very few would debate that there isn't a need for funding reform in regards to Three Waters. I remind this council chamber that in fact Hamilton's water infrastructure is of good quality, because successive councils have invested in that. What is very clear is that our growth and demands on that growth and our need to comply with regulatory reforms means more funding will be required. And my point is the funding formula needs to change, not the ownership or the governance structure of Three Waters. The reality is the deal we have in front of us from the government, the proposal, lacks clarity, lacks important details, and in my opinion, based on the business model that they've presented, is inherently flawed. The figures are wrong. The governance structure is weak. The community loses its voice. And we as a council lose control. It's rushed. Here is the government trying to implement resource management changes, water changes, the Regulatory Water Board, to mention just a few. And they're doing it in a disjointed manner. What should have happened is the review of local government should happen first. They've put the cart in front of the horse. The real weakness, if you weren't swayed by the fact that their proposal is the wrong business model, the figures they put forward are wrong, that they've totally ignored the need to consult properly, that the governance structure will mean the loss of community voice, the loss of council control, they at the same time have asked us to implement NPSUD, the National Policy Urban Development, that requires this council to enable intensification and growth. And we all know the barrier to doing that is infrastructure, the Three Waters infrastructure. And they want us to hand those very assets that we need to be in control of and control the timing of to a new entity who then has to work out how to prioritise 22 other councils' growth needs. It is misaligned. The minister last night, and isn't it amazing that a minister of government feels they need to speak to Hamilton City Council on the eve of a decision? It smells of desperation to me. But what the minister said very clearly is she has no interest in re-debating the business model. She said it for all of us to hear. She was willing to tinker with the governance structure. Some in this debating chamber and around this council building have been drinking a whole lot of the government Kool-Aid. And the information and the commentary is dangerous. I ask you, councillors, to think carefully about what we're being asked to do. And although I accept today it's about giving feedback, it's ironic to me that in this chamber, in the last hour or so, that some of my colleagues are suddenly realising that the document they were about to send back to Wellington tried to promote the idea of removing the right of other councils to opt out. And you suggest this isn't an issue about opting in or opting out? If we pass the motion as suggested by Councillor Robb, and I clearly feel it's different.
Please wrap
I'll
up.
just take the time that Maxine took, Your Worship.
you
I've got
have.
another
Please wrap
few
up.
minutes. They are so different. They are a difference between water and oil. One, I think, sells out our community. The other one holds the government
Please
to
wrap
account.
up. Thank you. Complete?
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Firstly, I'd like to start by saying I support the motion, and I'd like to thank Rob for the work that he's done on that, along with Maxine. Rob and I don't see eye to eye on many things around council, but I accept that he's taken an extremely responsible attitude to this and a critical attitude, which is important since the start. And I think that's what's important, criticality and responsibility. People have questioned the need for change. Lots of the letters coming in have been questioning the need for change. I want to mention a handful of issues happening in water around the country. It isn't just Havelock North Water making hundreds ill, along with a couple of deaths. That's one of them. Wellington water infrastructure absolutely crumbling, not to put too fine a point on it and not to exaggerate. Auckland wastewater spills, closing most city beaches there every heavy rainfall. Less than half of Northland's water services currently meeting environmental compliance standards. Waitomo unable to afford modern wastewater treatment plant. Auckland failing to invest in sufficient water storage for some years so that we have to loan them some of our capacity for a while. Canterbury aquifers dangerously low due to too high a farming water take from them. And I could go on a lot more than that. Those are ones that have captured media headlines just some of the time in recent years. Two things keep getting mentioned, privatisation and water meters. The closest that we've come to privatisation is actually one of the councils in New Zealand, Papakura, before the Auckland Super City came in, did privatise their water. The government mandated Super City, overtook that and stopped that continuing and brought it back into public ownership. One, water meters, the closest this city has come to water meters is when under the current system, a predecessor of this council voted to start the move towards that. And Rob and I have disagreed over how far we went with that, but there definitely was started then. And it was only an election that actually changed that happening. Now, so there is just as much chance under the current system of both of those things happening as there is under any new system. And maybe I'd contend less chance under the new system if you write your Articles of Association / Constitution and your laws correctly. And that will be one of the things that we are asking for. The governance options obviously need massive improvement, and you've certainly heard me saying that they're not satisfactory at the moment. I have not sucked on the government's teat or whatever it was that Ewan was suggesting.
Government Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid, thank you. Kool-Aid's so 1980s, Ewan. We're into... Yeah, it probably is. I think they used it in cars, didn't they, to keep them going. Look, everyone around this table is critical of aspects of this. The real question is, are we going to try and positively work to get a better proposal from government than we otherwise would? Or are we going to kick the can down the road, leave it to someone else in future years to do something about it? The real decision is not actually today, it's when we get an actual proposal. Today we're arguing to try and get the government to give us the best offer that we can get them to give, so that then we can decide in a few months whether to take it or leave it. And I, for one, will not be voting to take it, no matter how much Kool-Aid the government offers me. I'll not be voting to take it if things like local control are not genuinely there, if environmental protections are not genuinely there. And that's what's important. So let's stay in the game and not get all po-faced and say we're having nothing to do with you anymore. At this point, it's important for the city that we're in the game, getting the government to give us a better spin than a better deal than we think they're likely to at this point in time. Let's stay in the game, councillors, not jump up and down and say we're having nothing to do with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you. I'll just get my screen, sorted out. Thank you. 5 minutes, right? So this for me is about democracy and the eroding of local democracy, more importantly. I'm supporting the amendment because it strongly reflects my views that councils must be able to retain their democratic right, to which the people that elected them to exercise that democratic right and allow them to make their own decisions and represent their own communities. I feel incredibly strong about that point. The lack of information through this whole process has been mind-boggling, and I know we have all struggled with that. And we all also have admitted, or will admit, that what's out there is confusing. Today, the staff said that the majority of our informal feedback that we've received from members of the public that we represent were against the government's proposal. But they also followed with a comment that many of those comments were misinformed. But we can't be surprised by the government's confusion at times, many times, and maybe even now we're still confused. So while the public may not have the detail that we don't have the detail that we need, I think our residents know enough to understand what's really going on. They understand that this is the government pushing its way into local government and local business and local decision making. They also know enough to know that this government wants to take the assets that our residents own. Councillors, we're not the owners of these assets. The people that elect us into the east and west wards, they're the ones that own these assets. They're the ones that have paid the cost to maintain, to build and to invest in those assets for decades. And the residents know enough to know that the government wants to take them for a bargain low price, and they want us to say no to that. Our residents also know enough to know that this proposal is also said to apparently create 9,000 new jobs and 3 new levels of bureaucracy. Well, that's not going to save anybody money, and you don't have to have a law degree to understand that. They know that the awarded portion of rates won't cost them less if this proposal goes ahead or if the government forces it on us. They know that it will cost them a lot more. I know that our residents have heard the Minister, and we've heard the Minister admit that the criticism councils are directing on government on this proposal are apparently because we fear loss of direct control of our assets. And the Minister said, well, this is true. And yet all along we have been sold with this proposal that councils will continue to have ownership. So those two things don't make any sense. No wonder people are confused. The government's role, in my view, should be to regulate and increase compliance. That's their role. They do this quite well at times, but we also know and have complained many times that when the government increases compliance, it adds to our cost. And they have a habit of adding to our costs without compensation. So financing and funding of water assets needs to be looked at as well. But central government shouldn't be getting into the business of local government, in my view, and the 500 odd emails that we've all received in the last 24 hours, whether it's on a pro forma email or not, suggests that the public believes central government should not be getting into our business as well. And just to finish off, to change the rules, and that's what's happening here, they are changing the rules to remove local democracy is, in my opinion, a massive, massive overreach by government. I think that it will, the review of the Three Waters reform as it is now will erode local government, it will erode local democracy, and it certainly will erode local decision making. My position represents the people of my district and the ward who have reached out over the last few weeks and supported the message that they want us to give to the government that says if they continue to do this proposal, we will opt out. So those are my reasons for supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Leary. Councillor Bunting.
Oh, thank you. I was just stretching my legs. Thank you, Mayor Southgate. Partnership works both ways. Our position is very clear, and whilst it's not too far from the others on the table, there's a lot in common. It's very clear. We agree for the need for reform. We agree with most of the feedback to this date, apart from a couple of small points. I strongly disagree with Councillor Robb's assessment that our motion is not collaborative, that it's finger-pointing. It's not. It's our starting position, and therein lies the difference. There's no can-kicking involved here. I strongly disagree with Councillor Maxine, who suggests the community are confused. I think that's actually quite offensive. I've said it pretty darn clear. Don't say anything and you agree, disagree and you're confused. That's what the community are being told over and over and over again, and they're getting really frustrated. We don't think this should be mandatory, and we do not accept the 4 large entities. What we're saying is thanks, but no thanks to this one. Yeah, nah. This should this become the proposal in its present form, we would opt out, and the feedback is the reason why. And there's the difference. It's quite clear. We've read the material, we've heard the proposal, we've listened to the community. However, we haven't had to go out to formal consultation, and yet the community are already beating down the door saying, we've seen your ads, we've read your websites, we've seen the council information and the government spin, and we don't like it. They started off shaking their heads, and now they're shaking their fists. As a result, we have a firm line in the sand. Now, it has been argued time and time again it's better to stay in the tent, to work inside the tent, to be in that tent instead of standing outside throwing rocks. I'd rebut that strongly, and I'd say look around, most of the other councils have left that tent. And pretty soon all that'll be left will be you and a very hungry giant licking its lips going yum, yum, yum dinner. There are 67 councils and less, I think, than 10 have said yes, Minister, and are still in that tent, panting and drooling, waiting for the next pat on the head and kind word. Most other councils have had the courage and have said this is a bad deal for my community. And I say so too. This deal, this particular deal, in its current form, is a bad deal for Kirikiriroa Hamilton. And while we may think we're cleverer than other councils, more informed, we may have a better relationship, history will show that we're not. Partnership works both ways. Councillors are not beholden to their central government masters to push the party line. The party didn't put you here, the community did, and the community are clearly saying no. We work for them, not for the central government. We work with the government, we will work with the government, but we don't work for the government, and there's the definition. We work for the community. Partnership works both ways. I say let's follow the lead of Christchurch Mayor and former Labour Minister Leanne Dalziel and say, tai hoa, stop. Let's get our ducks in a row. And while we're at it, I send a message to LGNZ. Listen to what your councils are saying. Those responsible for signing this MOU with an all-in legislative plan that we can't oppose once it's legislated, what the heck were you thinking? I'll leave you out the next bit. This is the wrong conversation at the wrong time with the wrong people. We say let your national regulator, Taumata Arawai, get its feet under the table, work with iwi, set the standards for us to meet. Let us meet those standards with our staff, our assets and our communities. We may collaborate with our Waikato neighbours. We might look at off-balance sheet solutions, different charging models, but the difference will be we at HCC will listen to our communities. Believe me, listening to our communities does not mean spending many millions of dollars on a pathetic negative ad campaign. The government may say, we've been having this conversation for 4 years already, but it hasn't been with us. The people who built this asset, paid for it and own it. Partnership works both ways. We agree with water reform. There's no debate about that, but just not this water reform. It's unfair, it's undemocratic, and it has more holes in it than a public fountain. And like most public fountains, it's expensive and it doesn't work. At present, our community owns this infrastructure. We take the water from the awa and we return it to the awa in a better state than it goes out, than it comes out of. Under this new model, we may or may not get one of 6 seats on a 12-seat panel. That panel elects the panel that elects the board. That's it, that's the whole lot. We may not get a seat on an ineffective little panel. And we're being told we own the entity. Yeah, right. Water meters discussion might have started under this system, but they were also shut down under this system. Sorry in advance to all of you who stood up and said no water meters. If this model pushes through, you can wave your placards, start your Facebook pages and lobby your council candidates all you like, but tough, it's gone. It's been fantastic to fight alongside Deputy Mayor Jeff and Councillor Ewan, and sometimes it's got pretty heated. We've had our integrity challenged, and it hasn't been entirely fair. But Huey, Dewey and Louie do not support this Mickey Mouse reform. Some would call it goofy. So finally, we're happy to work in partnership, but Minister, partnership works both ways. We support reform, we support sustainable water supplies, but we don't support ideological asset grabs. The community doesn't have the facts some people say. They can see for what it is. They're not confused. They're not stupid. Partnership works both ways.
Thank you.
Thanks for the extra time.
Well,
It was so entertaining.
everybody took that. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Firstly, I want to thank staff for embarking on the almost impossible task, well, the impossible task of accommodating so many views in one document and all the work you've put into this. Today's meeting is the opportunity to give feedback on the proposed reforms and hopefully help shape what they might look like. There are concerns that I hold, that all of us hold. The proposed reforms, under these, we would be owners of the water assets but have very little to no control over the entities, meaning we would only be owners in name. I have concerns on this and concerns around this very centralised approach. But I think that our draft feedback makes it very clear that we don't support the proposed ownership and governance models. And we have urged the government to look at these models, to work with us, and to look at how we can ensure a greater degree of local control and accountability. We've communicated that, but the reason why I'll be supporting the motion is because I think we have to be pragmatic and we have to make sure that we're being collaborative here and working to get the best outcome with these reforms, because what I am clear on is that some kind of reform is needed. Yes, Hamilton has done a good job investing in its water infrastructure over the years, especially compared to some other towns and cities around the country. But we face big challenges of our own, and we shouldn't be sweeping these under the rug or getting people to look the other way. Housing affordability is one of our greatest concerns, and all of us have recognised that housing in Hamilton is severely unaffordable, and to enable more housing, we must provide the infrastructure. We must adapt to climate change, more droughts, and heavy rainfall and flooding events. And with stricter standards for drinking water and the quality of wastewater and stormwater entering the river, we need to invest in big upgrades. The funding gap between what we can afford to do right now and what we must do to respond to these challenges is massive. We've already got $400 million worth of investment in Three Waters unfunded in our long-term plan. The 30-year infrastructure strategy has $1.68 billion over the next 30 years for stormwater in existing parts of our city, and that's before we'd started thinking about the MPSUD. We have $244 million for wastewater treatment plant and $366 million for a water treatment plant in the next 15 years. These costs, and this don't even include the cost of greenfield development or the cost of increasing standards for water quality. These costs are massive, and no matter how you look at it, with the status quo, we can't, even with full control over where we decide to invest and what we decide to prioritise, we can't afford to do all of that. So our job now is to make sure that these reforms address these problems, but also retain community accountability. Rather than kick the can further down the road, we need to be tackling this problem head on, and we need to be doing it now. The suggestion that we wait until after the RMA reforms have been completed means we'd be waiting till at least 2024 to be even starting up this conversation again. We don't know what government's appetite, who will be in government, what the appetite for reform will be at that stage, and we risk then missing the opportunity to address these huge challenges we have ahead of us. So I think a collaborative approach, a pragmatic approach is due at this stage.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Next in debate is? Huh? Oh, hi Kesh, sorry. Councillor Kesh. The hand blends with the tree.
Thank you. I spent a lot of time thinking about this one, and I've read and read and read, and like many of you, and I'm trying to view this entire topic as objectively as I can, and these are the questions that remain. So why are there so many reforms all at once? We've got the biggest reform of our health system, education, local government, resource management, water, which is our most precious natural resource. So what's the rush? Why is there such a strong move for centralization and the removal of local voice? This is only a small part of a much larger picture of what's going on. In fact, why propose a new governance structure at all? Higher water standards, it's welcomed. Safe, healthy drinking water, welcomed. But it's the funding that we need. It's not the additional bureaucracy. The way I see it, we still pay. All of us still pay. Hamiltonians still pay. And whether that's through increased rates, increased taxes, increased debt on whether it's increased debt to Hamilton City or increased debt to New Zealand, we're still funding it. Reform or not, our costs are increasing and we all still pay. But the ultimate question and the biggest concern is who has ultimate control of this. We're still paying, and so the question becomes who's in control of our most precious natural resource. We are Hamilton City Councillors, elected members of Hamilton, not Havelock North, not Wellington. We're not parliamentary representatives. We represent Hamiltonians. So from everything that I've heard up until this point, it's the reason why I'll be supporting the amendment. I think that we need to send a clear message to say that our water assets are not for sale. It's not for negotiation. Our residents have invested in the cost and the maintenance of these assets for decades. And now the only question in my mind remains, will government mandate this issue and do it anyway? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Naidu Rofe. Anyone else for debate? I have some, but I'm happy to hear. Oh, hello. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Let's start with some positives. You've got to applaud this government in terms of their approach here. I'd say it's ballsy and aspirational. Henry Ford was asked, if you ask people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. So I acknowledge that transformational change is often met with some degree of resistance. I'll stop it there in terms of the positives. We know our current infrastructure deficit is growing and unsustainable. Councillor Sarah referenced the 400 million. That's just in our 10-year plan. That's unfunded. That does not mention NPSUD. That does not mention compliance and regulation. Our community formally and via public forum today and informally via a multitude of emails has concerns around issues with ownership, assets, governance, price, control, to name a few, and so do we. Our motion, or the motion of Councillor Pascoe, speaks to this today. The current approach with the modelling by government is not acceptable, and we're pointing that out, and we make no bones about that today. The risk for me in supporting the amendment is the risk that the government will cut us out of the process and do what they want without us. The motion is collaborative. It operates in good faith and enables us to actually fully explore the best possible outcomes for Hamilton ratepayers. Some of the other speakers said that we're selling out and we're not representing the Hamilton ratepayers. The easy road for me to do would be to jump on and say, protect our water assets, and the reality of it is it's counterintuitive. For me to do the right thing today, I have to see this process through. If I say no now, how do I know that we're not passing out on a better opportunity for Hamilton ratepayers? Our community needs to understand, as do we, the benefits, risks, challenges, losses, if any, perceived or actual, before we make a decision. Remember, today's meeting is not about decision, it's about providing feedback. I am still prepared to say no, but I don't have all the information, and to do so now would be premature.
Thank you. Martin? No? Mark? No? No debate? No debate? No, not you. No? You're happy to not debate? Okay, cool. I'll do this before we go for right or reply. You know what? It's interesting. I want to start off by saying I agree with most points raised on most sides of the debates here today. We're not that far apart. I am absolutely not opting into water reform. Hamiltonians have very good water services. Our council has invested, so we're quite lucky, but we know that's not the case for all New Zealanders. And I believe that all New Zealanders deserve access to clean water. Right now, the less than 40% of New Zealand water supplies meet drinking water standards. That's not good enough. Thousands of Kiwis have, you must boil your water before you drink it, and that's not good enough. In large cities, some of those who are rejecting this current piece of feedback have wastewater erupting in the streets. They have sewerage spilling into popular beaches and into harbours, and that's not acceptable. And that's because some councils, and not this one thankfully, have not invested in what was needed when it was needed. And not because they haven't wanted to necessarily, but because they couldn't afford to. Now, New Zealand has $120 to $185 billion investment to make up that shortfall. What a mess we're in. We in Hamilton do much better than that, but we have already heard today how we have gaps in what is required to provide the proper water infrastructure over 10 to 30 years. So something's got to change. New Zealand can, and I believe must do a better job of Three Waters. Successive governments, and this is becoming a little bit of a political split, so it seems, but successive governments, I've worked in over 20 years in water, through multiple governments, and they've all proposed that things have got to change. Now the government is trying to do something, and I think it's really important as community leaders that we hold them to account and make sure that they get the next step right. And I think we all agree that the current step is not right, that there's detail to come. This is a government proposal, not ours. We are responding to a government proposal, but it's been hugely poorly explained. We all agree on that, when it's gone down like a lump of lead with the public, and I understand why. Because while I understand the need for some sort of reform, I'm not at all convinced that what we have been served up with is the right solution, and I've got a long way to go to be satisfied. I, like all of my colleagues in the room here today, am concerned about the governance model. I'm concerned about the financial model. I reject Councillor Taylor, Deputy Mayor Taylor's view that blank opposition is the only way to stand up for the community. I'm the mayor of the city, and it's my job, it's a job for all of us, in fact, to fight for what we think is best for Hamilton. Walking away or declining to provide any sort of strong feedback or wanting to get off the bus will achieve not much. Some would argue it's irresponsible. Our legal team has agreed. And Mark, Councillor Bunting, you make the point about partnership. Absolutely agree with you. We've got to partner with government and everyone else as we go forward to get this right. I absolutely support a stronger local voice than what's proposed. There is not enough local democracy in this current model. Hamiltonians absolutely must have a say on what happens in their city and what happens to their assets. So I've said that I support some kind of reform. Doesn't even look like this present reform, but something's got to happen. And I think Hamilton has always shown great leadership in this space. Hamilton, as Sarah has rightly said, has massive costs bearing down on us, massive costs. And the rates are going to go up regardless. Our ratepayers are going to carry that cost. If we can look, and I'm not sure yet because the detail is yet unconfirmed, can we reduce that by working with government? Then we should. If I can save this local community millions of dollars over 30 years, then I should have an open mind to that, and that's what I'm doing here today. I actually agree. There's very little difference between us all. We worked so hard. We worked very collaboratively before lunch to get closer. But the reality is what we've got facing now is new water standards here today. drinking water standards, wastewater standards, stormwater standards are coming our way. Massive cost is coming our way. Like it or not, after decades, and it has been decades of discussion, by the way, the train is on the track. We can wave it goodbye and meekly accept that whatever comes out the other side we will deal with, or we can jump on board, make a lot of noise on behalf of our community, exactly what we've been hearing in those form letters and other forms of feedback. So where does that lead us? Silence is not golden. We must have a say. We must try and influence the reform process, because indicators are that some sort of reform is going to happen. Let's lead that. Today, we don't decide whether we opt in or opt out, but we decide how we will shape the future. We can be insipid bystanders complaining from the sidelines that we don't like it, or we can make our voice very strongly heard. Hamilton deserves that. The council deserves that. Staff who've worked so hard on this deserve that. Our ratepayers deserve that as well. Thank you. Wasn't quite as long as some over time, but thank you. Thank you for reminding me, Ewan. Okay, so we're back into right of reply. I'm going to go to with Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor, and then.
Procedure, and I'm not in any way trying to interfere with the Mayor, Deputy Mayor Taylor. I think it's just the right applies to the move of the motion, but by all means, if you want to...
We've already agreed that both will have a right of reply.
Totally give you leave, that's very fair.
So Deputy Mayor Taylor, right of reply, please.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Look, one thing I really don't like is when someone suggests that members of the public are poorly informed, don't really know what they're talking about, or are confused, or cast doubts about their ability to understand what's going on. I always think it's the height of arrogance, really. I've heard today about myths and rumours. I've heard about confusion. And I just think that's really sad. I think we owe our residents more than that. And it disappoints me to hear that. I think to myself, and I've also heard twice in this room, these aren't our reforms, these are the government's reforms. Well, aren't we the guardians of this community? This is our problem, not someone else's. This is about looking after our community who want to feel a sense of ownership and control. Don't dismiss that fear that people are feeling. Don't dismiss the hundreds of emails from people because they haven't got their wording right or they've made a mistake in what they're saying. They're still scared. They're still emailing us or calling us for a reason. Don't dismiss that. And 80% of people who responded in some social media format were opposed. 90% in another media format were opposed. And I've heard that rationalised by a staff member today, saying that there was maybe they didn't have all the facts. Wonderfully arrogant. Don't dismiss the helplessness that people are feeling. Don't think that you know better. We can all remember the helplessness we feel when we sit in a room with NZTA and they don't give us what we need because they don't get what's going on in the city. And we're a growing city. We're going to need to be agile and flexible. We've got big water decisions, a lot of infrastructural needs. Well, we already know what it's like to be frustrated with a government agency. Think about the Dinsdale roundabout just the other day. That goes right through our city, but we've got no damn control over it. And so they looked us in the eye in a meeting last week and said, we're not spending any money on it. We don't think it's a priority. We've got to wait 3 bloody years for that. It's not a good feeling to be that helpless, is it? We've got too much to lose here. This is our reform as much as the government's. This is our community. Let's stand up for our residents.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Taylor. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. And look, I want to start by thanking Stephen, Myrie and Andrew for the work that they've done to date. I'm sure that Stephen will have occasionally winced when he received an email from me at a strange time of the day, but I am very appreciative of the fact that he's read the emails and he has, where he thought appropriate, included my thoughts in part of the feedback. I'm really happy today that we have recrafted parts of the feedback And I think we're getting our message across to central government as to how we feel about the reform in the model that's been proposed. And look, there are two flaws in that model that I see. One is the ownership model, where we're being asked to hand over a significant amount of assets for no consideration. And the second is the governance model. And I think if we can influence and change the ownership model, then we will get a governance model that will be better, and we can recraft that to make sure that there is continued local input into a reformed waters delivery program. The picture being painted that the costs will be higher with a larger water company are quite incorrect. We, during the Cranley review, we had figures that were peer-reviewed and confirmed. If you look at the overseas experience, you will see in Tasmania, New South Wales and Victoria, over the time when the implementation is complete, the cost of delivering better, more resilient water has in fact gone down. So there will be savings in terms of that water delivery. I think today a call to delay the reforms is not the direction that we should be advocating with central government. I know that there is ill will between this model that central government are proposing and what we would really like. But then I think back to Cranley 6 years ago, where we thought we had a model that we liked, but by the time it reached three political councils, each one of them found a reason not to want to proceed with it. And now some of those same people have said to me, isn't it a pity that 6 years ago we didn't move ahead with the Cranley reforms? You know, we would have been able to do it our way rather than a way that we're trying to be steered and directed today. So look, here's an opportunity. We're still talking at the table. We're not making a decision today, and I think it is very premature to say whatever we decide today is a point of no return. And there's been a fair degree of drama and some animation that that is in fact what is going to happen, but it is not. We are simply telling the government, we don't like what you're proposing, but we are keen to sit at the table and work with you, the word partnership, in partnership, and achieve an outcome that will not only be beneficial for this council and its community, but for others in the surrounding area. And I'm absolutely certain that that's where we're going to land. I've had a call from another council which wasn't part of the Cranley group just recently saying they'd be interested in sitting down around a regional water company, which might be the Waikato Bay of Plenty, for example. And that's come a totally unsolicited call. So look, there is this, if anything, this reform has stirred the pot, and it has got councils thinking that the alternative may be a lot worse than what they might be able to craft together themselves. So I think doing what the motion suggests today will keep us at the table with government, and I think we have got the expertise and experience in our staff as well as in some of the elected members around this table to be able to thump the desk in an informative and knowledgeable way to get an outcome that will be beneficial to us and the rest of the country in this reform. If we don't, then let's walk away from the table and say thanks, but no thanks. We won't continue the discussion. Thanks.
Councillor Pascoe, we move to the amendment which we put first, right? So we have to do it by show of the hands. All those in favour of the...
I'm a little concerned that Councillor McPherson left. Is he all right?
He's fine, he's here. He's on Zoom.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just get the things up on the screen.
Yeah, he has been on Zoom for most of the time, actually, so thanks. The amendment, please. Okay, Excellent. All those in favour, please raise your hand and leave it there for a second. Come is it? It's Mark. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Opposed? And
The amendment is lost. 7-4.
so now we vote on the
Sorry, 7 against 6.
7, 4, 6 against.
Other way around.
Oh, 6.
Other way around.
Yeah.
So, what's that noise?
Who is that noise? Oh, it might be Dave. Yeah.
It was lost 7-6.
7-6.
Yeah.
Yes. 7 against the motion, the amendment, 6 for the amendment. The amendment is lost.
Right. 7-6.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
So now we move to the substantive motion. I'd imagine it'd be a similar outcome. All those in favour, please raise your hand. And that's Dave as well. Dave?
Yes, he's there.
Yep, thank you. Opposed?
The motion is carried. 7-4, 6 against.
Okay. Okay, councillors, thank you very much for that. I think the fact that we had such robust discussion, it should be of good heart to the community that we really did put this through the ringer in how we reached our decision today. We're going to take a 5-minute break, but hang on before you go, sorry. We are going to defer a lot of the not rats and mice, but the items that can be done on another day, we are going to defer those because we're going to move into public excluded and spend some time with Richard after the break. So there's nothing critical that needs to get through, is there? So what you said?
So my suggestion is that we defer everything except the Mangai and the rail one.
Sorry, so we're going to defer everything except for the appointment of the new Mangai and the Waikato Regional Airport Limited, which we'll do when we get back. So we'll have a 10-minute break because I think we deserve it.
Yeah, we just need to do it.
Yeah. We'll move out into public excluded now then. Councillors, all in favour, please raise your hand. Mark, can you, we're going into public excluded now so we can let the public go. Opposed? Carried.
Yeah, we
Thanks.
just need to adjourn.